Yeah, wrong stream.
What's good? At Dark Squirrel 7436. What's good?
Oh, let me cut that out. Yeah, my hopefully that's streaming to the right event. Let me see. I fucked up. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I had to switch my account for Restream over. Trying to do everything under the studio
to blue,
account
so
now.
we struggle more to perceive it
Eventually I'm going to start
as a
writing
color.
this stuff off.
We see it, but we see it darker. Red also is not that bright. The brighter is
Show us the shit, man.
this. So if we apply it again now, I hope you can see upper tends to fix all of this. So if we apply it again now, I hope you can see what I mean and the difference in that. And I hope you can also see how much many more like reflections and details we can retain from the mannequins.
What's good?
So
at
we can
Dark
see the blue
Squirrel
is actually proper blue,
7436.
and it's darker because that's how it is supposed to be. We can much better understand the difference between each of these hues. Like you can hopefully now properly recognize the palette, which is the classic red, orange, light, yellow, lime, green, aquamarine, cyan, light blue, blue, etc. Like now each color shows its own identity much more clearly. We're not losing any detail. None of these mannequins feel like they have subsurface scattering on them, and they are as bright as they should be. And if I overexpose my scene, everything is retained. It's a bit garbage because I think I don't have the convolution bloom on. Yeah, you can see that it works, which a much broader range. And yeah, that's it. I don't want to repeat too much this part because I already have 2 more videos where I go through it. It wasn't the final product at the time, but my last video was basically the version 2 of the beta was essentially.
Okay. Terrible job of probably a really good product. Terrible job promoting that. Jesus Christ. Oh. All right, let's look for some smooth jazz here. Oh, oh, oh. Mm, mm. I think this is the one from last time. No, I listened to this one last time. Oh yeah, that's it right there, baby. Another video that is too high. The price? I didn't see the price. Your voice is very low right now. I can barely hear you. Oh yeah, sorry. I was recording a video yesterday, so I turned the desktop audio up. This should be pretty good. I just turned it down like halfway. But yeah, that guy, he needs to get better at marketing. Because my God. Like I'm telling you, I bet that product is really good, but he did a terrible job promoting that shit. Matter of fact, let me see how much it costs. Oh yeah, 3D code just dropped. I really wish I could use 3D code, but it's just so they are so close to being like a better program than like I would say ZBrush because of the range of tools, but the way that everything works is really clunky. Is that Sylvester Stallone? I'm looking at this. Let's see. It probably has some fucking sounds in there that are gonna make it. Yeah, let me see how much this damn thing costs, man, because this dude is crazy. Like his promotional skills. Like I understand, like you're a technical person, but like when you're selling something that is visual, the people who are buying it are not gonna be technical. It's just $75. He's crazy. he okay. Let's. I want you guys to just be open-minded to what I'm saying here. Okay, let's see this. This is probably better. is one of these the one or the other? Maybe this is the bad and this is the good. I don't know how. It would be nice if he like labeled. So this is his tone mapper, and then this is the Unreal's tone mapper there. This looks pretty good, but this doesn't look bad. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like for $75, I just don't see enough to be like, because this just looks like it has like fucking I don't know if you guys know about the LUTs, but it just looks like it has a LUT on it. Like in comparison, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, I don't know. For $75, he's kind of crazy, bro. He's tripping. You definitely can't do that for $75, dog. Come on, man. It'd be It'd be different if it was like a drastic change in the quality. Hey, I thought I paused this. It would be different if there was like a drastic change in the quality, but what the hell? Like it was, I don't want to say it was no change at all, but it was pretty similar in quality. Okay, this trailer has 17,000 views. I'm guessing it's mostly because of the thumbnail. I would like to see the analytics on this. Probably ran a ad on it too. That's what I would do. I would run an ad. Wow, I'm sticking to Unity and not Unreal. Gotta look into these. I was just having an argument with myself today, but the animation system was just too trash. I'm sorry. But with my current animation problems, I was thinking maybe I could spend some time to learn how to do animation correctly. But today, what I'm working on is the passing. So the last time I was talking about the passing, the idea was to use the stick as a way to directionally pass to the player. So you'd have like the stick be divided like this, and each one of these would be a teammate. But instead, what I'm going to do is the smarter thing is to actually use the buttons. That's the smarter thing. So that's what players are going to be used to. That's what they've been using for years. What's good, Kobe? Yeah, buttons are better for passing, and then I could use like the smart move system, which is basically what I was trying. I was kind of swapping them, but basically what you can do here is you can press a button, and then when you choose a stick direction, it'll do a certain type of pass. So like here, back on the stick would be a bounce pass, right on the stick would be like a leading pass, up on the stick would be like a chest pass, or I could do, it could be, because you might want to do like a chest pass here, but I feel like most people are gonna press up on a stick out of habit, so I'm gonna make this a chest pass. Maybe make this could either be a bounce pass or a lob pass. It could be, in my mind, this could be like a lob. And then you can use this to lead. And then you can use this to like throw it behind the player. You know what I mean? Or bounce pass, one of the two. And the reason I say like lead is because of the way that, unfortunately, since my game is not on splines, it's a little bit harder to do something like this. Like 2K, if you pass it to another player, they get motion matched to catch the pass. You get what I'm saying? Like if I'm running and a teammate passes to me, that's a notification that I get, and then my character starts motion matching to catch the pass. This happens in Madden, FIFA. All the sports games use like some kind of track to get you there, like a manual track to get you there. But in my case, since this is a free-form style of basketball, these passes are like, once they're let go, they're just, the ball is an object flying in the air that could be, somebody could step in front of it and block it. Somebody, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody could intercept it, and all that stuff is possible. And passes have to be kind of like skill based in a way. I might edit this a little bit better because I feel like this could be done better. But I just know players, and I know myself. Like if I'm playing on a controller, by force of habit, I'm going to be using like the stick. By force of habit, it's just a habit. Like when you want to pass the ball that way, you're going to move your stick that way. You get what I'm saying? So it's going to take like a muscle memory to know that if I'm holding the pass button, I move my stick a certain way, that it's going to do a certain type of pass. The one thing I could do is the same thing I do for the smart moves, is if you hold a pass button, it will take your movement out of the play. Like, so you won't move. You get what I'm saying? So passing has to be a decision, like a decision that you make, kind of like a dribble has to be a decision that you make based on your movement. So you're moving left, you flick to the right, you do a crossover, you hold X and you flick your stick to the left to do a bounce pass. You get what I'm saying? I think players can grasp that concept once they've done it, and once, of course, you know, like the game is actually out and people are doing tutorials and stuff like that, like you know, introduction, you know how the YouTubers do, and of course I would do my own tutorials as well. But I think that's the best way to have these players, or this is X or square. Yeah, have these be your teammates, and then that way the box on the name tag would be like this. You'd have this box here with the button that teammate is. You can turn this off if you can memorize it or whatever, or I'll make it to where you can turn this part off. Like you can turn this part off and just have the button, or you can turn it both off. Shit, maybe. If you want, like if you know who I am, we can also, like Squirrel was saying, tie the colors to the player. So I think A is green, and this could be a little bit confusing if you're on a PlayStation controller. I think PlayStation is blue, is like blue. I don't think they have yellow on there. I got a PlayStation controller. Oh shit, this PlayStation controller doesn't even got colors on it. So that's not really helpful. But yeah, you can outline the characters in a color or highlight them in a color. And what's the other color? Blue. But yeah, something like this will be the best for the design of the game. And then the only thing that's going to be tough is that, yeah, but so this is why I put passing off for a while, because I know it's like a super tough concept. So essentially, you can think this is a player that you're trying to pass to, and I might go into Affinity for this just so it's easier for me to do this mentally. So the way that passing worked in my previous build is it's impossible to do in this version of the game, because I was using the interpolated position to pass the ball towards the character's future, if that made sense. So in Chaos Mover, I'm extrapolating the player on my machine, So imagine, and this is why, like I said, I gotta open up a. This is the complexity of all of this stuff. And then I got motherfuckers on every social media asking me, is the game gonna be free? I'm like, I'm getting gray hairs and shit trying to figure stuff out. So yeah, imagine this is your player. Sorry, just getting this set up for my brain. Bitch. Alright, here we go. So here, if this player is moving in this direction here, if he's moving in this direction, we are extrapolating that. So this player, oops, bitch. Here, let me lock this real quick. So this player is moving here, like so. If we got an input back here that he was moving this way, we would forward predict him 6 frames, right? So we would predict him 6 frames moving this way. And this means when we go to throw our pass, we would try to throw it to the extrapolated forward position of this player. What could go wrong? What could go wrong is that we could mispredict this extrapolated position, and we would be throwing the ball. If I could select this, we would be throwing the ball to this position, but he's actually like going the other way. In reality, he's actually starting to go the other way. So we'll throw the ball to that extrapolated position, and he's already started to go the other way, and we haven't got that update yet. We'll get a rewind on him. We'll get a rewind caused because of him, but our ball will still travel to the same position. But also what could happen is if we get a rewind and we throw the ball could rewind and re-simulate the pass, and we could pass it to the next extrapolated position. What's good, Juan? The way I want to work on my game, but I have no electricity. Oof, that sucks, man. Why not make passing like how it works in Rematch, where it needs to be skill-based? Well, technically, I don't think that's possible. Because in soccer, the whole pitch is like a part of the game. You know what I'm saying? Like in basketball, you want to eliminate the ball being on the floor during the pass. You get what I'm saying? Like if you're throwing a bounce pass, you want the ball to bounce one time and go to its direction. You're throwing a pass, like a chest pass, you want it to travel directly towards where you're throwing it. Because, players can just catch the ball with their hands. So soccer is kind of different because it is skill-based. In order to break up a pass, you got to do it with your feet. You have to literally come off of one of your feet and be unbalanced to stop the pass. Or you have to use your body to stop the pass. You can't just grab it with your hands. I think that's why I can't really copy that. But my idea is to, one, I'm going to make it really easy for the receiving player. Like they just have to, essentially they just have to be in range to catch the ball. Like I said, passing is extremely, it is extremely skill-based. From the passer and the receiver side. I don't know if you guys ever seen, have y'all ever seen this game? It's called Supra Soccer? Supra League? Let me see this. What is the name of this game? This game right here. It's a first person It's like a first-person soccer game. This is not it. God damn it! I played this game when I was testing out. I probably gotta Google it. How will you do steals and interceptions? It's literally just step in the passing lane and catch the ball. Like that. That's what I'm saying. Passing has to be on point. Then another reason why I put it off until I got most of the other things kind of set up. What the fuck is the name of this soccer game, bro? Super Ball. That's what it's called. My God, this Super Ball. I don't know if y'all have ever seen this game, but it's a first-person soccer game, and the way that they pass the ball, they do shit like that. They shoot the ball into a direction like that, and like you as a person who that's receiving the ball, you actually have to catch the ball. You get what I'm saying? Trying to find a good example of this. Like, so he has this. There's a thing that you can do with your gun to start sucking the ball towards you, like a little gravity pull towards the ball. But it's all based on, it's like an aim game pretty much. You shoot the ball in the direction where you want the pass to go, and the ball comes out in a pass like velocity. Oh, shit, my boy's playing a game. What's he playing? Oh my God. It's fucking, I've seen the trailer for this game before, bro. I thought that game was fake. I swear to God, I thought this game was fake. It's real. Oh shit. I gotta wait for this to come up. Hold on. I swear to God, I thought this was a fake, like, AI game, bro. This shit is real. Bro, what are we doing here? Hurry up with this just so I can comment. Okay, this is gonna piss me off. There we go. Maybe I just had to click on the page. I swear I thought this game was fake. Funny as Oh my God. Oh my God, bro. This is stupid. Oh my God. It's a this shit funny as fuck. Oh my God, that's actually fire, bro. Hold on. Oh my God. Where's my fire emojis? Oh my goodness, bro. I swear, when I seen a trailer for this, like I saw it like on Instagram, and I thought it was fake. I did not know that was whatchamacallit. That's crazy, dog. But yeah. It went to make that game. I beat the demo already. Oh, you said so the guy who made that game started. You know what I saw? I didn't see a trailer. I saw the animations. So I saw the animations on Instagram, and I thought, oh, this is dope. And then I saw the trailer for the game, and I thought that it was like a fake thing that he did to, like, I don't know how to say this, but like to like get people hype about a game, like as if he were making. I didn't know he was really making a game, bro. I could have swore that was AI or something like that was put together just as like here's a meme of a game type thing. But like, not trying to disrespect it, but like the idea that dinosaurs are swinging swords is just, that shit is, come on, bro. That shit is crazy to think about. That's a crazy idea. So yeah, in order for me to get the passing system to work where it's not too stupid, is the ball will need to, well, the actions will need to resim if I get like an update of the player's position. So at all points in time when I pass the ball, every frame where the ball is being passed, I need to update a state and say, hey, this is where the ball is being passed to. And up until somebody catches the ball and like claims property of the ball, it'll try to go to that player. But the thing is, if I do like that, where how can I say that? So technically it's a two-part thing. For the first part, I essentially need to grab the player's current location. So like on the first frame of the pass release, we need to know the player's current location. Current loc. And then this is like a static thing that won't change over time. And then the next frame where the ball is traveling, we just need to go like take our position and move towards this position right here. So if I pass the ball like on frame, let's say on frame 6, I trigger the pass, and then it takes depending on the animation, it might take anywhere from 3 to 5 frames to actually launch the ball. So let's say I launched the ball on frame 9, and this character was moving in this direction on my screen. I'd get his location here, right? And then on frame 9, I'm calculating this data on frame 9 when the ball is actually launched. I'm saying, okay, he's here, and I'm going to launch the ball towards that. If I get a rewind on frame 9 because this position was wrong, this will update, this current location will update, and everything else will just resim to the proper future, if that makes sense. But I wouldn't say current location, because we would use the current location to extrapolate to the location where the ball needs to be thrown. I would even argue that we need the current location and the current velocity, like the place where the player is going. And then if we get an update and this is different, if these two things are different, we'll redo the calculation. It should just redo it by itself, because if we get the data, if we roll back with the correct data, we should just do the calculation with the correct data, and then everything would update. And then the client who's receiving the ball, they won't see any of that, only we will. They'll just see the ball flying at them. And then as long as they're holding LB, and of course they're fucking facing the ball, you know what I'm saying? Like their FOV is within the ball's like dot vector, like the dot vector of your FOV versus where the ball is traveling is aligning a little bit. They'll catch the ball, like they'll pull the ball in. The other thing about that is the catching attribute. So that catching attribute could widen. I would say it would widen the FOV to where you could fucking catch the ball behind you and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a catching over 90, we'll say that FOV is damn near 360 degrees or whatever the dot product is. As long as you're catching that, as long as you got the LB hit, you can catch the ball, which I guess that's kind of OP. I was gonna do like a radius, like the catching would be like a circle around you, and it just basically allowed you to challenge for the ball in that circle. And then if you sent your challenge up and nobody else was challenging, you would just get the ball, you know what I mean? Like get the ball. And another thing I was gonna have to do was some sci-fi shit, because trying to fucking make a bunch of catch animations, and you know what I'm saying, like I did this before in my other build. I had like a animation that would catch on the right hand, animation that would catch on the left hand when the ball got there. But I'm just gonna do like some fucking magnetic pull shit or something like that, like almighty pull, just so I don't have to do as much gameplay is fire. That's the funny thing. I think I'm saying it's like a Souls-like game that's with dinosaurs. I would say that's like a fire ass idea. I want to see how it does on the I don't know if it just released recently, but I want to see how it does. Hold LB, Tony Hawk style. What's Tony Hawk style? I think scrap the idea with having a hold LB because that sounds hella cheesy. Go with a radius sphere or something like that. So if it's just a sphere that where you don't have to do anything, that kind of means that you'd get the ball thrown at you and you'd catch it, and you wouldn't even be expecting it. You get what I'm saying? So the whole thing about the sphere is just to give you a bigger radius of where you can actually catch the ball. Like, so if the ball is not like right in front of me and I have a low catching radius, I won't be able to catch the ball until it like gets into my radius. But still, catching is an action. Like that way you can play. Like, how can I put this? I mean, if you've ever seen rematch gameplay or soccer gameplay, like if somebody passes the ball to like a high level soccer player, if they get a pass and they see a dude is like right on them, they'll let the pass go past them and then they'll run to the pass because they know where the pass is going. You know what I'm saying? But the basketball's kind of different, but it's the same concept where you'll catch the ball when you are actually trying to catch the ball, not the ball gets thrown and then it enters your radius and then your character catches the ball for you. Mainly because of the first thing I said is like a player would throw you the ball and you would catch it without even knowing that it was coming. Like, imagine you have a high ass catching radius and you doing some bullshit over here, or here's a better example why that won't work. Let's say this is a high level lobby and this dude is fucking checking you, right? He's checking you, and then your teammate throws you the ball, but he's got you on lock, and then it enters your radius and you catch it. That to me is like it takes away how good a defense I'm playing. You get what I'm saying? If I make it to where this guy is checking you, he's on you, you guys should both have the same, because you got to think, if you guys are like right with each other, you both have the same, like your radius is inside of each other. You know what I'm saying? So if I'm like on you and the ball comes, you shouldn't just automatically catch the ball because you're the person who the ball is coming to. And also on the vice versa side, imagine I'm the defender and I got my back turned to you. I'm locking you up on the baseline. I got my back turned to you, but I got a high catching stat and the ball enters my radius and I just catch it. You get what I'm saying? And I don't even know that the ball is coming. This is the type of thing you need to prototype. Well, I would say that I've already prototyped it. I'm really just came out, already 800 people playing. Nice. That's called a through ball. Okay, yeah, that's the name of that. But yeah, I think with even in my old version of this game, you had to catch the ball. And right now, what I'm trying to do is just make the system better. You know what I mean? You could say I've already prototyped it because I've already made this game before. I'm just trying to make the systems better, and I'm trying to make the systems work better for Chaos Mover. But yeah, in my mind, the automatic catching thing leads to shit like being trash. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it leads to something that a lot of 2K players hate. When they'll be in the passing lane, the ball just goes right through them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm in the passing lane, there's no way that the ball is going to go through me if I'm trying to catch it. But if you're like holding LB to always catch the ball, I guess that could be cheese. Like, where you're maybe a player is running around with LB held the entire time, but that's easy to defend from me, because what I could do is, if you just press LB, now a player could also do like a macro where they're constantly sending a signal, like every frame they're sending a signal that they're catching the ball. They can macro that, and that could get cheesy as well. But still, in that case, it is still a positioning thing, and I would do it to where the radius is not crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like if the ball's over here, let's say you have and this is again why I think the FOV is important, because cheats like that wouldn't be able to be abused. And as a designer, you have to think about the cheaters, but also the players who play the game honestly. And I don't want to punish them or make the game or like favor one side or the other. So if I'm doing like FOV, it becomes to where you, the player, has to be, you can't really cheat without still being skilled. Like if your catching is an FOV multiplier, I'm looking for a shape real quick. Where am I at? Right here. Let's say, I'm sorry, I'll look at the chat in a sec. So let's say this is your FOV right here as a, that's your FOV, and then this guy has like a higher catching radius, so this is his FOV. And if the ball comes and he's actually looking at the ball versus you being over here and it hasn't like came to your FOV, but you can say if the ball comes from this direction, you guys both still have an equal chance. You just have to position yourself to where you're in front of this guy, and then it becomes, like I said, it becomes a skill-based mechanic. Because if I just do it based on this, if I do it based on this type of stuff will happen. Where, like, if I'm playing defense on you, hold on. If I'm playing defense on you, we're here. The ball comes, it's coming towards you. If it comes anywhere behind me, I get a steal for no reason. I get a steal for no reason. If it comes over here, as a defender, I have no chance to steal the ball. And then if it comes here, what is this math? You know what I'm saying? If it comes straight down the pipe, what is this math? If I don't make it to where you have to engage the action and also be somewhat like your look vector has to be within a dot product range, meaning that you're actually actively looking at the ball trying to catch it, there will be a ton of like fucking trash. I will get trash basically. But if it comes from behind that defender, it will be a steal. Not necessarily, because if this guy's not looking, it's just like it's just like football. Like if a defender's like this and I'm turned around looking at the ball, I could just catch the ball over your head. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to punish or award anybody for just being there. That's fucked. Like, in my mind, that's what's wrong with video games. We're rewarding people and punishing people when they have no control over their shit. Like here's a better example. If the pass does come from behind and my teammate is like, hey, pass, I could turn around and look for the pass. You get what I'm saying? If I'm not turned around, I shouldn't get the steal. You know what I mean? Maybe I can accidentally like bump the ball. Yes, that's fine. But this crossing my radius and my player catches it, fuck, hell no. I would be pissed off because you would think that this dude is like pushing me, because it's a physical interaction between me and him. And if he's bigger than me, he's pushing me, and then he gets to steal. That kind of fucking sucks. So it's no opportunity for me to make a play as the offensive player. And it could be the same thing as a defensive player. If this dude's bigger than me and he's like pushing me, but I see the pass coming, I can't get the pass because it crosses his radius first and he gets the pass. You get what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. that takes away the skill of the game, in my opinion. Because it makes the players to where they can cheese. Like how you're afraid that LB would be cheese. Like imagine this being the case. Most players would just make a bulky ass build and literally just bump people off the spot and just use their and just use their radius to just catch the, like, okay, they wouldn't even be looking. A teammate will communicate to their teammate, okay, pass me the ball, pass me the ball, pass me the ball, while they're pushing the dude back. Their teammate, the fucking ball comes and he catches the ball because his radius is closer to the ball, and then he gets to take a layup or shoot an easy shot, or you know what I'm saying, or you know what I mean, like stuff like that is just trash. I wish I was making a soccer game because passing would be the first, like pass would be the easiest thing to do in this game. But I do think it should be FOV based, and you should have to interact with the ball. This way, it's fair for both sides. If I caught the ball, it's because I caught the ball. If I caught the ball on you, like if you were defending me and you were looking at me and I hit you with one of these and my teammate throws me the ball and I can see that if I don't go to the ball, you'll be able to get it, but you're still looking at me, I should be able to make the play on the ball. You get what I'm saying? And then that makes it to where as a defender, you always trying to keep you're never trying to have your back to the ball, because you know that in order to catch the ball, you have to be looking at it. But you can also play defense with your back to the ball because you know that if the ball hits you, it'll bounce off of you because it's still a physical object. But if I make it to where there's a radius, you don't have to do anything, and then the ball comes into the radius and your player catches it, that's kind of trash. What I could do, going off of the radius idea, is if your back is to the ball, your player would ignore the ball, but that's still kind of like the same thing. So technically, with the radius, if your back is to the ball, your player would ignore the ball. It wouldn't automatically catch. But if both players are looking at the ball and we do the radius path, how do you determine which player actually won the ball? You get what I'm saying? Like, because if we're both looking at the ball, but your radius is bigger than mine, that becomes attribute based, not necessarily skill based. And in my one of my main design pillars is that attributes should assist the skill, not become the skill. You get what I'm saying? So if I was like making a build that's more athletic, I didn't put catching in one of my tiers. I got catching in my bottom tier, and so it's maxed out at a 65. I shouldn't automatically lose like 50-50s because I got a 65. Where would motion matching the hand to the ball for whoever gets the pass first? That's like a visual thing, I think, more than anything. Like that's like a post the ball was caught, and then here show the like the animation state of the ball being caught. The face that the ball can't stop in soccer makes it hard to implement. The fact that the ball can't stop like in soccer makes it hard to implement. Yeah, I don't think it's bad though. Like I don't have my old build on this PC. I got it on my laptop, but it wasn't bad. I like the AI would throw me the ball and I would literally make sure that I was always trying to catch the ball. Like, of course you can miss a pass because it's still based on like the radius of your catching attribute. But it's not too bad. Like I said, the only thing that's different is, like I said, in the old build, I'm using the interpolated position. So I'm not like forward predicting where the character is. I'm just using the server's authoritative interpolated position. I'm not forward predicting that this dude is moving this way, passing the ball over here, like in this area, so that he can run to it. And then a misprediction comes down the pipe and this dude is actually running this way. That's like the only difference from, I wouldn't say the only difference, but of the other factors that I can't use, like actor position, which is kind of trash, but that's not too bad. But yeah, I think the radius thing should be an assistant, like hey, I have a higher catching radius, so if I'm looking at the ball and I press the key to catch, send my catch event now because I am in the position to catch the ball. The thing is I think you need to think about how you structure the game a lot, because about calls, like for example, a player going to be able to jump, miss the layup, and stay with the ball, or will fall out of his hand, so that he's able to spam LB quick again. Oh, you mean like if a player goes for the layup, misses the layup, and then spams LB to like get the layup back again while they're in the air? Yeah, that would be something that I have to play test to balance. With something like that, I can't balance that out until I see how it could be broken. But yeah, that's definitely something that could be abused. Like going for a layup, missing it, going for the catch again. And since you have a high radius and you're looking at the ball, your player will go for the catch. One other thing though is when you exit, so when you go out of a layup mode, you go into a locked state. So I don't let you do shit in that state until you hit the ground and change your movement mode. So that's one way to balance it, but I think that's kind of trash. But yeah, currently right now, to stop other bugs from happening, like if you lay the ball up, you go into a locked mode where you're not able to trigger any other mode. You can only fall to the ground. I think you can go for like you can do defensive stuff once the ball's out of your hand, but you can't interact. You can't interact with the ball. Actually, I might be mistaken on that. I gotta test that, because I think the lock state doesn't matter. Like that doesn't matter. But technically, a way to balance that would be to lock you out from catching the ball, like put you on a cooldown of some sort. Like you let the ball go and you are on a cooldown from when you can interact with the ball. Because technically in real basketball, if you throw a layup up in the air, you can't grab it out of the air. It has to hit the rim or something like that. You know what I mean? I think that's the rule. Like it has to touch the rim before you can interact with it again. So that's definitely something that could no rules like that. No rules like travels or up downs or anything like that. But yeah, definitely I will not allow you to re-interact with the ball until it opens itself back up to be interacted with. The only reason why that's available is in the practice mode. I don't want to have rules like that. Like I don't want to do the rules. That's why when I look and play your game, I think it would be better on the arcadey side. Yeah, I think it's for what I'm trying to do, it's a mix of arcade and simulation, because I do want the game to grow into a sport. I don't want it to just be a childish game. Like I want it to grow into an esport, so I'm trying to design it as an esport, like where there's a certain rule set that needs to be abided by. Like when you play Rocket League, for example, in Rocket League, if you put the bottom of your car on the ball, you get a flip reset. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. That's like a rule set that is also a skill-based rule set. I don't know how to explain that. But yeah, my whole design is just not to make the game like a... I don't want to just say it. I want it to be more than just a game. I want it to be a sport. I want it to be played competitively, so I got to think more of just like making it fun. I want to make it competitive too. Like, cause I could just go no rules, fucking let players jump with the ball. Like that's easy. That's the easy shit to do. Cause I don't have to think about how to make it competitive. But since I'm trying to make it competitive, I don't want to go fully to one side and not think about fun. But I don't want to just go fully to fun and not think about the competitive side. It's a tough place to be in. but I'm here for it. But yeah, I think that's the way I'm gonna go. I mean, the main thing that's different is this, really. The other systems are kind of, I think they'll kind of flesh themselves out. I'm gonna make a little passing animation real quick, just to have a visual in there. Because unfortunately, all my systems are tied to this, so I kind of have to do this. Yeah. So, like I said, I don't want to. When I think arcade, I'm thinking. No, well, don't get me wrong. 3v3 freestyle, I think, was played competitively in certain regions. But when I'm thinking arcade, I'm thinking like Roblox. Like nobody will do like a Roblox tournament or whatever. Maybe I think practical basketball is coming out or is out, and people will start doing like that type of stuff in there. But you gotta think that game is being made in a with a competitive mindset. Your game is a good mix between competitive and arcade. It's very casual, but at the same time, it's skill-based at its core. I think you need to add some tooltips for the build tree. Facts, yeah. Like to let you know what attributes do. Yeah, I probably will do that. I might do that right now because that's not actually too hard. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Another reason why I haven't done that is because it's not really hooked. Like, there's a lot of attributes that aren't really hooked up to things. That's another reason why I haven't spent the time doing that. Arcade's not bad. I think of NFL Street. Yeah, that's not bad. And I think NFL Street still has like a, you know what I mean? Like if you really look at that game, it's literally on the middle of that line. Like it's in the middle of that competitive and arcade line, or simulation and arcade, because it's still at the core is still raw football. It's still like real it's still real football, but it has these elements that make it like extremely fun. But at the end of the day, you're still playing football. You know that, and you know that that's the case. You know what I'm saying? Even though your player can jump super high to go catch an interception or run over 12 people in a play, you still at the end of the day are playing football. And that's what I'm trying to get to, where yes, you can jump high, you can do crazy spins and all this stuff, dunk the ball from the 3-point, like start a dunk from the 3-point line, but at the end of the day, you're still playing basketball, and basketball rules to a certain extent are in effect. Like things like travels and shit that stops the game, I'm not going to do that. Like what I mean by I'm not going to do like blow the whistle, you travel, turnover. Instead, I just don't allow you to do it. You get what I'm saying? Like right now in the practice mode or the test mode, there is no rules. So it's just there so that we can break the mechanics as quickly as possible, try to find the bugs as quickly as possible. It's still there so you can have a little fun, but like how you're able to jump with the ball and then jump and then jump and then jump and then jump, like that shit in the final build of the game, you will not be able to do that. Once you jump and land, you are stuck. You can only do X amount of things. You can shoot the ball, pass the ball. If I do add triple threat stance, you'll be able to triple threat in that stance and like try to create some space, but I don't think I'll do that. But like in the final build of the game, you won't be able to do a lot of the shit that you're able to do now. Yeah, I think it's the perfect range of real and fun. I agree. They did really good on that game. What's crazy is that game was considered a failure. That's like extremely wild to think about. That NFL Street, according to EA, was considered a failure, bro. Such a cult classic too, man. That shit is wild. Let's save as here. This doesn't have to be perfect. I literally just need to have this visual in there. I feel like I'm rotating around something weird here. Bitch. Tarzan ass Toph. I'm thinking I'm going to have to transition to this pose right here, because I'll go from probably like here to that pose, but we'll do this backwards. That's fine. I'm just gonna pose this how I think it should look. What's good, EW? Wish I could move this like with T, but it's just a rotate online. We don't. Wait, did I do it away? Didn't I make a twist for this, or am I tripping? Maybe I didn't save it. I didn't. Son of a gun. Oh, that's my bad. I'm not doing that anyway. I'm not doing that right now. So I'm thinking he'll go there, here, there. Maybe not so action based, because I would think that you could be relaxed here. But I'm thinking when you throw that pass, you'll sink back like that. So I could make him. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Do a block, and then I'll go to probably like 10 maybe. Just key this real quick because I'm gonna bring him up a little bit. Sometimes you gotta tell Diddy no. What? What are you talking about, dude? Why is Diddy on your mind, Slime? You know what? I'm gonna do this here. Dude's hitting me up to play the game when I'm trying to work. You know that's why I don't like have like. That's why my friendships are trash right now. Cause I mean, most of my friends, all we've done together is like play games, smoke pot, make music. And since I don't do that as much anymore, that like it's hard for me to spend time with them. I do miss my friends though. But yeah, you gotta say no, man. If you are on a mission, unfortunately, and other people don't want to join that mission, unfortunately, I mean, it's either abort the mission to spend time with them, or just get the mission done so that at the end you can spend time with them. But from what I understand, once the mission is over, everybody's done trying to spend time and shit. So it's an unfortunate series of events, I think. You spending your time so that you can have more free time, and then everybody wants to use their free time as free time. But you're using your free time so that all your time can be free time. You know what I mean? Am I making sense right there? Like, you're using all your time so that you can have nothing but free time. And then the people that they're using their free time as free time. Like, no, motherfucker. This free time is a time to get it in, my brother. Get some work done. Get some shit done, man. Get some shit done, dog. Same here. All my friends do is smoke pot, and I'm no longer smoking, so we kind of lost connection. Plus, I only have time for work right now. You're making perfect sense, but also in a way, they're also improving themselves by you not spending. They're also improving themselves by you not spending too much time with them. How do you figure? I would hope that that's the case. I would hope that that's the case, to be honest with you. I would really pray and hope that that is the actual case. Because sometimes I feel like my friend don't be doing shit. I gotta have some kind of anticipation here, but we're just gonna fling this ball out and about. So we're gonna go right hand, left hand here. That wrist. Crazy work on that wrist. So this pose should actually probably be right here somewhere. In a ball. How do I throw that? Where's my softball at? Sorry. So when I throw a pass like that, I'm usually like flinging that bit like this. So I'll keep my God hand in place once it gets to that point. Alright. Yeah. So yeah, this pose needs to be we can probably move this up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Could probably move the arms up a bit. And then there. And this raise up is kind of trash, but we'll get there. I think we're gonna need only one. Oh, what now? Not gonna lie, I'm a bit jealous how good you're getting with this while I'm fucking around in Unreal. You're getting good at what? Animating? Bro. I am still trash at animation, dog. If only you could see how this animation looks in my brain. And then my body is just not able to do it. What is going on over here? Oh, you know what? I think I moved. Let's move all this stuff over. This pose is so ass, but we gotta get to this point where this arm is still the God hand. Yeah, a little bit back here, and then I would say I'm gonna say fully extended out like that. Like, I don't know, that's how I would throw the pass. So I flick it with my fingers here. And that's the thing about animation, I don't do any of the recoil, any of that shit to make the animation look really good. That's why, you know, if you like ever look at the comments in my videos, like on Instagram and shit, people are like, the animations look really stiff. And that's because it doesn't have anticipation or follow through any of that shit. It's literally a linear interpolation from the point where one point to the next point, just interpolating. No overshoots or anything like that. And once I get to that point, that's when I'm gonna be like really good. Like once that stuff kind of makes sense to me, I would say. Okay, we also need to aim this at a direction here. Can we do that? Can we do that, please? Try to put this in the center as much as we can. And we might have to bring this puppy up. This is smidge. Is that the arm or is that the shoulder? I can't tell. Arm, IK, root. Nah. What is this? Target, that's it. And this has to come up for show. Oh, good lord. Is that what I do? Here to here? Or it would be like a step out, like this. Okay, so hold on. I got this all wrong. He's stepping back, which is wrong. He should be stepping into the path. That's why it looks so weird. Okay, so we'll do... Here, let's take this guy. And we just got to... looks terrible, but... What is that motion? Wait, Squirrel, you use Unreal in your day job? Bro, I'm finally nativizing a huge class in my work project, and let me tell you, there's a special feeling you get once you convert a whole BP to C++. I bet. And to see that blueprint, whatever, go away inside of the fucking stat graph. I bet you that's beautiful. Mm, 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 mm. Okay, what's going on with this? Where are we going? We should be going like here. Hold on. We start up there. We should go here, sit for a bit. We should sit for a bit here. So maybe sit for like hold that a little bit. So now this is kind of weird. Maybe this should be here, and then this should go up to there maybe. And then honestly, this is taking too long. This should probably happen in 12 frames maybe. Like we should be there. We should already be throwing the ball around 12, I think. I'll take these. Yeah, kinda. That's fine. Same timing almost. Bop, 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 bop. Hot, hot, shot, flat, flat. Yeah, that feels okay. When we go here, maybe at 15, do a little bit of overshoot. This is where the animations can look a little bit better. Like a little bit of overshoot with the arm, like make the arm extend all the way out. Probably make the guy bend a little bit more or whatever. Like make him just bend a little bit more forward to really sell that we're throwing the fuck out of this pass. Maybe come up to the face a little bit. Oh, what the hell was that? Damn, I could make a fighting game with this pole. Look at that. He's throwing a punch at it. If I ball these fists up, that's a good right hand. We'd probably have to turn this shoulder over a little bit. Like, here, let me do this. Get rid of these. A little bit of a follow through like that. And then we recoil back. That's why I gave myself 18. So basically I just try to come back to this pose. Bitch. Is that the whole block? What pose is this? Nah, maybe not there. So I kind of still would be here, but maybe more like relaxed, maybe. I know you guys thinking, why the fuck am I spending so much time on this? I mean, at the end of the day, I wanted to look okay when I put it in the game. Want it to look alright. that work? Here? Nah, I don't think we would go there, right? Overextend. Start pulling back. One could even say that these arms start coming down, maybe. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the chat, my bad. I'm almost done with this kind of. Hold on. Here. So this. Hold on. Block. We'll do. Just move this up one more frame. Oh, shift you over one more frame. And then this guy, I actually want to hold this for a couple frames here. Alright, that looks okay. This is fine for a chest pass. This is fine. We'll save this here and then we'll try to get that into the editor quick. Y'all buy anything on sale? Hell no. There is a thing that is on sale that I might grab though. I want it, but I don't know if Monk is gonna like be able to use it. Where is this thing, man? It's in my fab. Whatchamacallit? It's in my marketplace. It's in my cart, I mean. It ends July 29th. So I might get it before July 29th because it's $13.99. I wanna learn from this shader mostly. I wanna learn from the procedural nature of the shader. And then try to take it and make it into what I want. Because like I said, I'm not really good at creating these shaders, but if I read the shader, I can understand, oh, okay, oh, and then I can reuse parts in other parts, you know what I mean? But like I said, I think this is mostly made for nanites. Like the thought process behind this is mostly for nanite, I think. But yeah, I also want to look at the shader cost of this, but I'm still waiting. Unfortunately. So tempting. Want to buy the GI? Well, which GI? The fucking the one that I shared in the Discord for 150 or Lumen propagation volumes. Yeah, it looks good. It looks really good. Basically, never cast a BP class. Try to use interfaces or CPP parent class for cast. Otherwise, you end up with every single mesh in the game loaded into memory. Yeah. I remember I was in the Discord, the Unreal Engine Discord, and some motherfucker had 2 gigabytes. His shit was 2 gigabytes, man. His blueprint. I was like, bro, what are you doing with 2 gigabytes at your blueprint? His shit was like nested references, bro. Like, bro, you gotta use some soft references in this motherfucker, man. Jesus. Let's get this out of here. Should I make a left-handed one? I'll make a left-handed one. It's pretty straightforward to make a left-handed one. We'll just save this without. You know what? Hold on. Let me copy this. We'll save this in Unreal passes. Yes. There we go. press pass. I think this is R. Then we'll copy this, put it up here. And this is 21 frames. Then we'll take this and mirror it real quick. The 151 when it's on sale, but I know as soon as I buy Epic will do it, probably. I'm working with a 13 gigabyte as a base, and I got it down to 8.6, but still lasts. Good lord, bro, what the fuck? I bet you. I saw. This is another thing that I was saying about like trying to make a project to get invested. You know what I'm saying? Like when you make a project to get the investment, they just fucking do it. They don't give a fuck about optimization because they know most of the time the people that's investing the money ain't even gonna play the game. So they just need to show it off, make it look visually appealing, and that's like what the main focus is. I swear to God, I wish I had that evil in my body. Ugh, left hand. Wait, do we got a... You know what? Let me fix that. That's gonna bother me. Might as well just fix it. This shit's gonna bother me, dog. Yeah, even startups do that for funding. Yeah, I just can't. And I like propagation volumes is basically the same thing. The console there was a console command 4.26 to add it, but they removed it. Yeah, I'm thinking he ported it up. Like, so he went back because they used to have it in 4, but he ported it up. Which, you know, it's just, I don't know how to do that shit. I'm willing to pay for it, and it works pretty good. Like, it's a really good solution. Like I said, the thing that you want to do as the developers is give your players more options than DLSS, TAA, like, you know what I'm saying, or Lumen or no GI. Like, you either got to go Lumen or no GI or baked lighting, and then baked lighting puts a lot of pressure on you because now you got to be a professional lighting artist to make the lights look good. When you can do, you know what I'm saying, like Lumen propagation volumes as your base, like always have some kind of base GI solution up. And then if they want to scale to better quality, they can go Lumen probes, Lumen no probes, and potentially that the voxel solution, which if I can catch that on the sale, I'm probably gonna get it too, just to offer the players another option to have good lighting but not burn their damn GPU into the ground. We gotta fix this pose because it's gonna cause it's gonna look weird in the engine. So we go from here, and about here, that we start colliding with this motherfucker, man. I'm just gonna bring this hand out. I'm not too worried about the collide, and I'm more focused on the hands rotations. Let me show a little bit of something here. Let's do, we're gonna select right hand, left hand, and we're going to put a key here. We're gonna move this key over here actually. So we're gonna get here. And then we'll actually get here pretty fast. So get the arms here, hold the ball there. Actually, just so that this is easier to do, I'm going to paste this key right here. It's so hard to do this with the mouse, bro. I need to add a refresh button to this. Matter of fact, does this have a refresh button on the inside of it? Ah, there is a reload. Here, let me, cause I'm gonna get mad. I'm gonna get, like, kind of annoyed at that. Having to do that all the time. So yeah, we can grab this reload, bring it over here, and then bind every single one of these reload buttons to this shit. Don't you crash on me. Hey, why's my button not called reload anim? Oh, that's the label. How do I change the name of the button? It's okay. Get off my screen, dude. I was cooking. There we go. Okay. I'll test that later. Here we'll save node type just to have that as the... Alright. We should be able to take these now. I'm gonna just do a test with that reload shit real quick. Should blow up. Yep, that works. Reload works. Nice. Alright. I'll just put this here. Hit it with the S. Hit it with the Control S. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just set up the data side first. Oh my god. Oh my god, hold on. and then we'll do the coding. I'm actually making pretty good time today. Oh no, wait. I thought there were more messages than this. It's called a minimal viable product. I'm too much of a perfectionist, sadly. I feel like that's my problem too, man. Like, I can't just throw a bunch of shit together to get the funding, because I feel like if I throw a bunch of shit together to get the funding, then I'm gonna waste most of my funding trying to fix all the shit that I threw together. Like, Squirrel getting paid to fix some shit that they probably threw together, and that's his job. But imagine if you got the funding and you didn't have to do that, then the people that you would hire would be there to further the game along instead of actually realize the fucking vision that you were like selling to all of the investors. And I think that's why most investment groups, like, if you invest in the video games, you need a motherfucker that knows something. You need a game developer to be like, hell nah, it look good, but this shit, the money that you gonna give them, they just gonna make this shit a reality. It's not real. But I guess a lot less funding would be flowing around if that was the case. And a lot less jobs, I guess, too. So I guess that's a bad thing. It pays off right now. My product doesn't have bugs. It's feature rich and looks decent. Yeah. Let me see. Dribble group. Need to make this fucking tag real quick. Do I have passing group? No, I wasn't that future thinking. Oof, why are you moving so slow? Is it because I got Houdini open? Yeah, let's close this. We're gonna write all of the base shit just to get that out of the way. Because pretty much all these functions function the same. We'll base it off of one of these. It's actually a mode here. Just similar here. It's not just like a trigger. I wonder, hold on, let me think about this, because each key is a passing key. You gotta go out, I'll be back in a few. Alright, brother. So each key is a passing key. Each passing key should send the same. Well, I could make it to where each passing key sends a different how can I do this? There's another system tied to that, actually, when you really think about it. So essentially you need to know, and this is some old ass code that I don't even know if I still have it anymore, but essentially you need to know what your passing assignments are. Oof. That almost makes me want to just make the passes like directional. But I can see how in basketball that's not gonna be that cool. Like, I always gotta be looking where I'm passing and shit. On mouse and keyboard, I could do like a flick pass. You know what I mean? But on controller, probably not. Let me think here. The best approach is probably to make 4 individual input actions and then make 4 individual start and complete function pairs, and then that way when I send the information up, I know who I'm passing it to, so that the rest of the code can look at that guy's, find that guy's ID, find his location, do all that stuff without having to rely on the client to do that, if that makes sense. So like, if I use the tag to say I'm passing to player 1 or player A or player B or player C or D, the client just says, hey, I'm passing to player A. They don't say I'm passing to player index this or whatever. They don't say any of that shit. They say this key is passing to player A, and then based on the data that's in the sync state, I can say player A is equal to index I or 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever that index is. Another thing though about that is kind of trash. It's kind of trash too though, if you think about that. Since I'm working in the sync state, this is a little bit more difficult than because before, what I would do is on the game state, whenever you spawned in with the team, you would get a notification that everybody has spawned, and then you iterate over the player array and you look for players with the same team ID as you, and as they came in, it'll be like, okay, this player is player A, this player is player B, this player is player C, and then, you know, up to the amount of players that were there would go A, B, C, D. And then you would put that in a replicated map, not a replicated map, but like a replicated structure for, I think it was a replicated structure that just held your passing assignments. And then if you pass the ball, the button would actually pass to the actor. So I would somehow use the passing assignments to get the actor and then use the actor's data to pass the ball. I can't remember exactly how that code was written, but I know at the beginning of the match, before the match started, you would already associate a player with a passing assignment. And then it wouldn't be replicated. Yeah, it would. Okay. Because I think the server is what actually gave you the passing assignments, and then you would have that data replicated to you instead of you doing it, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was the safest way, where the passing assignment was a replicated data struct. The server would fill out your passing assignment and replicate that to you, and then you would take that on rep function and associate that with your input. But I don't know if that is possible with Mover. It might be. Because if I have in Mover, what I'm doing right now is players are tied to their player ID or their the player states. Every player state has a replicated ID. So players are tied to that ID. So if the server says, okay, here's this guy's player ID and he's passing assignment X, Y, Z, whatever, that should never change. So it's not something that I need to keep in the sync state per se. And then when I do these passes, what I could do is, I would still have to do 4 individual input mappings and point those to 4 individual function pairs, because there's no way to, if I'm not mistaken, there's no way when you get the input from the input component to say, okay, what key was pressed? If it was this key, it means this. If it was that key, it means this. When you get the input, it comes through as a Boolean, a vector, or something simplified. It doesn't come through as the actual input mapping, I don't think. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it comes through as the action value, which is, a simple data type. So if this is the case, we need to tell the system that this means that. This means this input Boolean actually means player A or whatever. And if the client wants to cheat that, which it's not really a big issue if they cheat, like if they cheat that and say I pass it to X, but they really press circle or whatever, who gives a who really cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is that going to affect? That's not going to affect the outcome. The pass is still going to fly through the air. A player can still steal it. So yeah, I think that's I think that is the way to go. Start pass to player 1. Yeah, and this seems like it's overkill, but realistically, I don't think there's any other way to do that. Because all input starts right here. Yeah, there's no other way to do that. And it's fine. I'm gonna move these to their own spot. And then we need to make the inputs for each one of these passing. Bitch. I probably should have duplicated this instead. Instead of going through and fucking fixing all of those. Gotta use the IDE to its strengths. Alright. So we have those. And pretty much all we're going to do is tell the system, hey, we're passing to player 1. We're passing to player 2. And then when we first associate our teammates, we should associate, like, we should have a map that says, hey, player 1 is player index this, player 2 is player index that, player 3 is player index this. And that can be done in the I think that needs to be done via the player state. Because the player state exists before the pawn gets there. And like we kind of need to know this stuff before the pawn is even associated with our player state. So the game state will say on add new player state, and See, this I would say this is a little bit more difficult because we still have to think about matchmaking and all that stuff. Late join, if that exists. Like thinking about late join and what team that player will be on and how that map gets changed around. That's a little bit complex. When a player leaves, they should get removed from that data type, which I just need to make the data type while I'm in here. We'll just make it in a class of its own here. And I was thinking earlier how I could I was thinking right before the stream how I could move all this shit over to Unity. I'm telling y'all, if Unity releases good animation tools, I'm switching. I'm letting y'all know that. All right, that's like the last part. I don't give a fuck about mutable that much. Like I know a way I can get around the whole mutable problem, which is really doing what all of the other modular characters have been doing since the beginning of time, which is having the hands be separate, the arms, the whole arm and the upper torso be a separate thing, even the fucking up, to the neckline, like up here, have the head be a separate thing. Same thing, feet are separate, and legs all the way down to the feet are a separate thing. So that would be easy to solve. I just have to I have to be more conscientious of my assets at that point. But I'm telling y'all, I already programmed this as if it's data oriented. I don't know how to explain that, because even though I am using objects, but you can think about mover as like a system. If you ever done any ECS based programming, like, so you would think about, I'll be honest with you, technically mover is like a data oriented design. If you actually take a step back and look at it, because the first thing you start with is like the sync state data, which is the data. The system runs separate. Now it's not like operating on tuples and shit where you're like looking for a player that has this tag, and this component on them. You know what I'm saying? But it is similar to a system where you do everything in that system, and everything that's tied to that system is in there. But where it fails is since you have to operate in basically two different timelines, you have to it's so weird how you got to communicate weird. I think before, I don't know if that's true though. I was looking forward to mutable, but a standard workflow is much more straightforward. So mutable lets you just make mistakes. Like, you can make a lot of mistakes with your clothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get a marketplace asset here that's like a shirt, and then you get some pants from over here, but those two things weren't made to fit on top of each other or anywhere near each other, you pretty much can just say, okay, mutable, cut the entire top of the pants off so that it doesn't clip through. And that's the strength of mutable. Where you can just go balls to the wall with your assets. You don't have to make them fit with each other. But if you really think about what it takes to do the other way, like, all you have to do is author your ad. Like, your shirts always need to sit a certain way. Your pants always need to sit a certain way. And if you have a different type of pants, it needs to sit a certain way on the shirt. You get what I'm saying? Like, so if you have baggy jeans or some shit, I would still even suggest that the jeans at the waist need to be closer to the upper body, like to the waist. It needs to be tight on the waist and then bag them out. But still, you would think like a shirt would still clip through that. Yeah, the layering is really good. It's really good. But I think, like you said, like I said earlier, you just have to be more conscious of your assets when you're making them. If you're not using something like mutable, you just have to be strict. Like, I'm only going to make these types of shirts for now. And then once I add a new type of shirt, I got to go through my entire template library, because everything should be made off of a template. Like, if you have pants, like if you have shirts, you should have a shirt template for like slim fit, loose fit, etc. Right? And same thing for pants, baggy fit, slim fit, etc. And then when you make a new fit, you should go through and say, okay, in order for this to fit every other template, I need to make it like this. And then once you make it like that, every one you make will fit with everything else. But with mutable, you don't have to think about that shit. But also, there are some downsides to mutable. Like, it is not perfect. So if you are working with shit that's not supposed to be with each other, it still doesn't look perfect. Like, I got this big baggy ass shirt that sits over the top of all the pants, and so I have to do some shit. I have to do like the clip and morph with the pants. But if you look at the end result of it, like, in some cases you can see, because you can see underneath the shirt, and in some cases you can like see the weird ass deformation that the clip and morph is doing. But it's still pretty good for most cases, I would say. For all cases, really, it's pretty good. But yeah, I have a decent way to solve that where it's not too bad. And then there's also stuff that you can do with the shaders, where if you want to eliminate clipping, you can do it through the shader. Like, you can tell the shader, hey, mask this, mask that. But your downside is that the base cost of your materials will be a little bit higher because you have a masked material. But that would be like a way to like have the best of both worlds. You still have to author. You still have to do a lot more manual labor, and that's where mutable comes in handy. Is like, you don't have to do as much manual labor on the assets, but you can still get the benefits of mutable without mutable. Attributes. What is this from? Oh, okay, that's old. That's old. Is this just a regular data type? No, this isn't a mover thing. This is just a data type, which I don't have a folder for here. What am I doing? Okay, that's fine for now. I won't think about that. I had another thing on my mind that I was going to do just now, but we'll wait. So whenever a new player state is added, I mean, the best way to do this is from an event. So like another good thing about the other build is that I was using, I don't know if y'all know this shit about Lyra. There's this thing called the phase manager. It's like a game playability state machine for the phases of the game. I gotta think of a better way to do that too, but I probably won't make that until like halfway through next month. But basically, because you know I gotta do matchmaking soon. Like the first week of next month, I gotta do like a matchmaking type of thing where we have players queue up and join a match. Now match rules and all that shit won't matter just now. It's just trying to get that set up. But eventually, I need to have a phase where in that phase, I can send out an event to every player to say, hey, well, not even in that phase, where the server in that phase, because by that phase, every player should be there, and then the server should just like go over the player array and give every player their passing assignments, because for every player it'll be different. Like for me, I'll have you XYZ as my 1, 2, 3, but another player might have me as their 1, 2, and then there's another player there 2 and 3. If I want to do that now without too much fuss, and honestly this won't be anything. Well, in the playtest, what I could do is I can allow you to pass the ball at anybody just so you can, you know what I'm saying, but that would be kind of crazy. So I could probably like max it out where if you have 4 passing assignments already set up, like all 4 of them are valid. And that's another function I should put in there. I'm gonna add some helpers in here too. What is this formatting? Why does it do that? Maybe there's an option to make these a little bit better. Now that'll just make it invalid, basically. Come on, man. Maybe I should start with index 0. Okay. I mean, there's no way to avoid this, actually. Sometimes we will only have the player ID, sometimes we might not. Thank you, autocomplete. Alright, that should be closer. Alright, so let me think about this. If I want to do this in the playtest, which I don't think it'll make it into Saturday. I'm just thinking it'll have to be there for next Saturday. We don't know when all players will be available to assign them as a passing assignment. So pretty much after every I would say in the game state, after every player state is added, I can just call a function on the player state to tell it to update, or I can iterate over all of the player states and update. That feels trash to me, bro. There has to be, well, in the case of the playtest, everybody will join at a separate time. Not everybody will join at the same time, so that kind of defeats the purpose of trying to like group these together. It shouldn't be too bad though. Bro, what are we doing here? Thank you. So yeah, whenever the game state adds a new player state, this gets called. I think I called this. No, there shouldn't be a delay. Yeah, there shouldn't be there shouldn't need to be a delay. And also this only needs to be done. Oh no, this is fine, this is fine. Let me think here. So yeah, during the playtest, this might be the best way. So like if I'm in the server, the next 4 people that join the server will be on my passing assignment. And then I'll be able to test the icons popping up for those guys and you know, throwing them the ball. Like even though they won't be able to catch it in the playtest, it's still best. It's still good to test that the passing part works. Because technically, if in the playtest, since you have your own ball, you will press LB and pick up your own ball. Yeah, that's gonna be wonky. But at least seeing that I can throw the ball and hit the person with the ball, that should be good enough to like verify that it will work over the network, like under load in the server too. It'd also be nice to see how heavy all those balls flying around will be on the rewind. What the hell? Oh, that's. So yeah, in here, basically, I think the thing to do would be to. Oh no, okay, yeah. So this is a delay. So essentially, what I did here is inside of the player state, I made this delegate so that whenever the server actually set the unique identifier, I would call this function because it happens out of order. The player state gets added, and then the server runs all of the functionality to set the player state up, which I think this should run after that. I don't know why Epic is doing that shit like before you set the player ID, and it kind of feels dumb, but that's why this is here. Let me put a note. And there's no delegate like post player state, and you can't do it on rep player state because as a standalone, you don't get the on rep functions fired for you. Even though you could call it manually as a server. So yeah, technically I can do something similar here, put a function here that I'll probably just put it on the basketball player state. I need a way to discern. Yeah, this would be the best way. Okay, make this function over here. We actually need to call that in the delegate when you think about it. Yeah, we actually have to call that in the delegate. So add new player or add new pass assignment. And this will take in a player state. Well, in this case, I could just take in the player. Ooh. How would I keep track of? I'd have to add more functions to that struct const in 32 player ID, like that basically. And then in the struct, we need to know if we need to check is this assignment full? Or I can say, we can actually do here F passing assignment next open assignment slot. This means that we'll have to do we'll have to make up invalid slot basically. What am I doing? Oh, what is, do I got sticky keys turned on or something? Did that the slow way. Probably could use the same delegate here, but that's fine. Here, matter of fact, since I know that this won't have a param, we can just call this f on. So we would say f passing assignment reference new assignment is equal to our passing assignments. Hit next open slot. And then I can check if this is valid. If F passing, I think this will be better if it's put here, actually. Where's that at? Right here. This will be better here. Then we won't have to take in the slot. Hold on. That actually doesn't work. Because technically this will be the case. So an invalid slot should be index none, not max. And then when we assign these, they'll still all be index none though. Hold on. Oh, well. There's a way I can do this. If I make the invalid slot equal to max, because no slot should be this number, that means this guy could be associated like that. Here, let me do this here. Then we can check for index none here. They did that the other way too. our passing assignments full would mean if this is equal to index none instead. I would say if this is not equal to index none, return false, because if this is, oh no, I was right. Because if this is equal to index none, that means it's open. Now I should probably write that somewhere because my brain is kind of fluff right now. Get next open slot. If this is equal to index none, return that. Okay. And then here we want to set this to index none now. Alright. Okay, that makes more sense. So if this is not a valid slot, meaning that it is the invalid slot that got returned to us, return. Else we'll say new assignment dot player ID equals player ID. Yeah, that's right. And this should update this guy. Oh, what else? Need to call this from the game state inside of this delegate here. No, say, why wasn't that popping up? Alright, and then here we'll call BPS dot add new passing assignment. But there needs to be one more check in here. We need to do a check inside that function. We need to do a check in here. So if this player ID is equal to my player ID, this might hide a whatchamacallit. Because I believe that function is actually called player ID. If this is myself, do not add myself. Okay, so that should do the assignment mapping. Now when we send the input, that's another thing, we got to make the input data structure, the ability input. Now that might be a little clunky, hold on. Because we also need to send what type of pass it'll be. And then that becomes a little bit clunky too, because are we doing it? Do I want to do like charged passes, or just let the pass mathematically know how much velocity is necessary to get there? And then on top of that, when it comes to the passing attribute, so in the old build of this, the passing attribute would actually affect the accuracy of your pass. So it like if you had like a, I forgot how I did this, but I want to say if you had a lower value, like in tens, in tens, I basically took the tens and was like, okay, at this it's 0.9 accuracy, at this is 0.8 accuracy, and then I basically remapped your attribute value to an accuracy between 0 and 1, or between 0.1 and 1. So there was never like 0 accuracy. You still have a chance to accurately throw the ball, but a really low chance. But I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want to do that right now. That'll like deter people from passing the ball. I could make it to where, nah, that wouldn't work either, because if you think about it, if the pass is faster, that's the pass being faster is not a benefit to the person that has to catch the pass. The person that has to catch the pass, they need to be able to react to it. So if I like say, okay, from 0 to 100, you got 0 to 1 in terms of like passing speed, and like at 1 the pass is, essentially what I would have to do is I would have to make the best passing attribute the most reactable. Like it would have to be the fastest, but a thing that can be reacted to at the same time. And I think that will require more playtesting than just an accuracy thing, like a 0 to 1 roll, not a 0 to 1, but a 0.1 to 1 accuracy roll. I don't want it to be like RNG. I just want it to be like, if you are passing in this vector, like you're trying to pass straight down this line. Ah, fuck, that's black. Hold on. So yeah, let's say you're trying to pass straight down this line right here. The accuracy would say, okay, he's trying to go like in terms of dot product from where we're facing potentially, or it would have to be the dot product to the direction that the player is. How would that work? Hold on. Because if I'm throwing a no-look pass, I'm throwing a pass that has nothing to do with my FOV. So if I'm throwing a no-look, it should be... So I should know where one dot is, and I should say, okay, based on the accuracy, reduce this dot by X amount. Like, based on the accuracy, that's kind of weird. I feel like that'll fuck you up. And then what accuracy axis am I affecting? Just the yaw accuracy of the pass? Because if it's randomized on all axes, we might get a pass that goes high. Do I RNG that? Jesus Christ, man. Game design is difficult. I gotta pee. Grab a water too. Yeah, I think too much randomization, but at the same time, motherfucker, if you got a low passing attribute, that's on you, motherfucker. I don't want it to be like a roll, like a RNG type of thing. I could make it to where if you are looking at your target, the multiplier of that is lower, but the further your look vector is from the target vector, like the vector going to the pass, that multiplier will start affecting your accuracy unless you have a high passing rating. You know what I'm saying? That could be the best approach. So at least if you are looking at the player and you throw them a pass, it goes to them. It would be so funny though if you like looking at a player and you pass it, the ball goes over there. You like, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck? I gotta get my passing. I gotta make a passing build, but I don't want it to be like you have to put passing in your 3 tiers. I'm more want it to be, if you don't, you can't make good passes. Like you have to dribble, cross over, look at your target, and pass the ball. You know what I mean? Instead of just being able to dribble and then, you know what I'm saying, throw the ball over there real quick with accuracy. But we'll see what kind of builds motherfuckers will make. People probably gonna make straight up scoring builds. Sorry, I'm checking social media. Well, I'm back. Make it so that if you're not looking with a certain radius of the player, the pass has a chance of going sideways towards the open. Every player would be LeBron and never pass. If I don't make the passing a little bit more, yeah, that is true. That is the downside of that. If a motherfucker will not make a passing build and then just not decide not to pass the ball. But at the end of the day, so this is another good thing about the game, is that how can I say this? Like, don't get me wrong, a player that is good at the game will make most of their shots, but there is a higher chance that a ball hogging player will miss their jump shot. You can just get the rebound and you can have like your fun too, is what I'm trying to say. Because it's so easy to miss a shot. Like you can, the playtest, 2 playtests ago, like the one where Keenan was there, like Keenan was doing some move and I had just ran and bumped his character a little bit and just moved his character physically a little bit and he missed the shot. He's like, oh, come on, man, I was doing a turnaround. And I didn't recognize that in the playtest. When I was watching the VOD, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even know I affected his shot, because I had got hit and was just trying to run back to the other side. But I had barely touched him and it affected his shot. So a player that's ball hogging, that don't want to pass the ball, I'm telling you, bro, they're not going to have a good time, because it's so easy to miss your shot when somebody just moves you just a little bit. Like, so imagine you a ball hog and they come to double team you and motherfuckers are just all over you, swarming you, and you don't want to pass the ball. You're just going to shoot up some dumb shit and miss, and hopefully your teammates are, smart enough to grab the rebound. Or hopefully you as the teammate is smart enough to just grab the rebound. I know that sucks, but I mean, unfortunately, that type of gameplay is unavoidable. In any game where a player can have control of the ball, like sticky control of the ball, It's unavoidable. That's why Rocket League is one of the best games, because at any point in time, if a player is like ball hogging, you could just go bump them off the ball and take the ball from them. And technically you can do that in this game too. You just waste a charge. Now I might make it to where if your charge hits a friendly, you don't get charged for it, but then that's still broken. That means you'll get a lot of friendly fire going on. Like players will end up trolling each other and like rage baiting each other if I do some shit like that. But honestly though, I was watching a highlight of I think it was the Lakers, and Kobe wasn't playing. Yeah, so Kobe wasn't playing, so the last shot was going to Lou Will, and Nick Young like stepped in front of the passing lane, knowing the play, and stole the shit and shot the ball. Yeah, I would make the men chance for a good pass 60% for real. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I want to do as much as I can to make passing fun. Like one thing that's going to be good about passing is that you're going to get one of the highest rewards for passing the ball. Like one of the highest XP rewards for passing the ball. To force players to pass the ball. You know what I mean? Not to force them, but to like incentivize them to pass the ball. Shooting a 3 gives you this much XP. Shooting a 2, dunking gives you all this XP. Dribbling does all this XP. But passing the ball, instant 1K. You know what I mean? Like just passing the ball one time, you can go to level 1. You know what I'm saying? You go from level 0 to level 1. Passing the ball one time will, like doing passes, I want it to be like I'm gonna pass the ball here just so I can get my points, and have players thinking like that versus, oh, I'm just gonna do a bunch of dribbles to get my XP up. That's why I got all the dribbles as the same 50 50 50 50, because I want to de-incentivize you from being a dribble god. Even though it's fun, I want you to get your moves in, and then when stamina becomes a part of the game too, that's another thing. When stamina becomes a part of the game, you're gonna, as a ball hog, you're going to not have a good time, bro. I'm telling you. Especially if you're tired and moving slow, all your dribble moves are fucking slow as shit. It's easy to steal them shits. You're not gonna have a good time. Another thing that I could do is that, so the player with, since I know certain data points, I can kind of track how long a player has had the ball, and you know how like a team will score and then some random person will get selected to take the ball out in 2K. Basically what I could do is the person that has had the most time with the ball, make them take the ball out. But that could be bad too. You know what I'm saying? If the person that has the most time with the ball takes the ball out, he can troll and kind of fuck the game up for everybody else. There's so many things that you have to think about in game design because of the shitty players, like because of how shitty players are. Now, I wish every player was like me and just the only thing was on their mind was winning the game. But that's not the case. Some players want to rage bait. Some players want to get content. Some players want to relive their fucking fantasy. Like relive their childhood as a fucking. Hold on, wait. This should only is allowing basketball per connected player. Okay, yeah, that's good. This should only happen in there. But yeah, there's so many design choices I have to make the game fun for everybody, and not just the player with the ball. But technically, you can just charge the player with the ball. If a motherfucker ball hogging on your team, I'm literally, in my mind, I'm just gonna get the ball, game winning shot, get the ball, cash. Like, stop ball hogging, motherfucker. That's what you get. And if I miss it, it's on me. But you ain't about to ball hog. Another thing that I was gonna do like a hot potato type of thing where each player only got 8 seconds of the clock. But to me, that ruins the game for players who actually play ball, like who actually play team basketball. So it's like, God, what can I do? What can I do to make sure that players can't ruin the game for us? Okay, I need to make the input. Well, yeah, that's on my mind. I'm gonna be the enforcer, and that's the thing too. Another thing that you can do as a person that's playing off the ball, if a person ball hogging, nah, give me that shit. Goaltending, give me that shit. Because on the offensive side of the ball, I don't give you the 3 seconds that I will give the defense, because I don't want the defense to be able to goaltend like that. But as an offensive player, if you got a ball hog, shit, I'm literally just going to the paint. Anytime you shoot, give me that shit. No, you're not. No. Matter of fact, I'm just going to catch that bitch out there, because if you shooting it, I can catch it like a pass. I'm going to catch it. I'm going to dunk it. But yeah, hopefully players don't become that player. But if you ever played Rocket League and you was scoring a goal and the motherfucker came out of nowhere and hit the goal in and it went to their stats. So shit like that make you mad, but at the end of the day, you glad that the shit went in. Because on the other side, on the flip side, if they weren't there and it was like a goal that barely missed, but if they were there, it would have went in, you'd be mad too. Like, but yeah, there's ways to make sure a ball hog can't ruin the game completely. Like, every teammate has 5 charges. If it gets to it, you can charge your teammate. And then also you can goaltend. Like, you can just make sure that they can't score shit but dunks and layups. You know what I mean? But once all the charges expire, they can kind of ruin the game. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I might do a thing where I might do an upgrade where, like, if you score a basket, you get a charge refresh. Like, some kind of upgrade where if you get like every assist gives you a charge refresh or something like that. So it also incentivizes players to pass the ball, try to get an assist so they can get a charge refresh so they can charge again. But there's ways to do it. If I see a dude that's ball hogging, like in the code, if I see you touching the ball a lot, I can also check who's been passing you the ball too. Like, that's also data that exists that I could keep a history of and say, who's been passing this person the ball? Okay, so these 2 people are playing together. This other person has not been able to play the game, hasn't received a pass. I'm going to force. I can't force them to pass it to him. It kind of sucks, but there's actually no way to stop that. If it's threes, you got 2 people playing together and one dude that's like not touching the ball. That kind of sucks. I don't think there's a defense against that. But yeah, it's trash, man. Players can ruin the game way faster than the developer can. Like, other shitty players can ruin the game way faster than the other player can. Man, I know 2K gives you like a bad teammate grade and shit, but I don't think players care about that. I remember having a conversation not too long ago where if you playing like if you become a bad teammate, you get subbed out for AI or some shit. Like, instead of like 2K, when you leave the game, the AI comes in and subs you out. But I don't know if that's a good thing to do either, because some players just might be trash at the game. You know what I mean? Like, some players might just be trash at the game mechanics, and I don't want to punish them for trying to get better at the game. But like, in a ranked game, I could force the ball out of your hands. Like, I literally could. Like, if you're holding the ball, and that's another thing. Like, if your teammate's calling for the ball, I can keep track of that. Like, your teammate's calling for the ball, and they continuously. But again, with every solution, there is a problem, because you can also think, if I can call for the ball and not get the ball, I could spam call for the ball and then give you a bad teammate grade because you're not passing the ball. But I can also do it to where the teammate that calls for the ball, also gets a bad teammate grade for spam calling for the ball. So just to try to keep a balance. But the punishment is like, I don't know what the punishment will be. The other punishment that I had was, you wouldn't get subbed out, but you'd get I don't know if y'all know the whole foundation, like the basis of my game, but when you creating the player, you're creating like a sleeve essentially. And it's the overarching story is that you're part of this new sports league because sports have become boring, and this league is like more of a, I don't want, it's ran to make the game fun, but they also are doing illegal things. So I was going to make it to where if you were a bad teammate, essentially you wouldn't get subbed out, but you get numbed, like dumbed down. Like if you're a bad teammate, you get paused and hit with like it'll be like a little fucking cutscene. You'll see the player get hit with a shot, and for the next 2 minutes, all their attributes are fucking cut in half or cut in a third or whatever. You know, like they just have a terrible time as a punishment for being a bad. It's like in hockey, you going into the box for 2 minutes or some shit like that. But I still don't think that's fair to the players that are trash at the game. Like, I don't want to punish you because you're bad. I want to punish you because you're being an asshole. So I got to look into more ways to track when players are being an asshole. Like, if you putting up 40 shots and your teammates are like calling for the ball, that's hard, man. It's tough because of the way that basketball works. Everybody wants the ball. Everybody thinks that the other teammate is trash. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how it is in most multiplayer games. Pretty cool story for the basketball game, kind of like Ratchet and Clank Deadlock. They could have exploding collars. I fuck with that. Exploding collars on them. I actually like that idea versus like a shot. Like you get the time stops for you get a cutscene, your player gets fucking dragged to the side, and a collar gets put on them that dampens their abilities, like fucking, I don't know if you've seen Young Justice, the DC show where they have the collars that dampen their metahuman abilities. But yeah, that could be definitely a path. That's definitely smart. And it's easier to do that than a shot. You know what I'm saying? It's easier to showcase that than a shot. And also a shot could make the rating of the game go up, which I'm trying to keep it rated T for team. Hey, check your DMs to understand what I was saying. You can assign a percentage to each section to pass the ball successfully. When choosing a passing build, you increase the percentages. Is this a drawing? Okay. Okay, so this is basically the dot product then. So the dot product, this wouldn't necessarily mean like the at the angle. This would be the dot towards the target. So if this is the dot towards the target, you'd have a 50%, and then as your attribute goes up, this 50 goes up, the 75 goes up. To where if you got a high passing rating, then you got 100% across the board, basically. Okay, yeah. What was I about to do? I need to make the inputs real quick. I need to make, do I have a, man, I gotta put this in its own folder. Or maybe I have a, whatchamacallit inside of here, actually. Data types folder in here, there we go. Just so it makes a little bit more sense. Basketball mover types, yeah, I'll put it in here. This probably needs its own class, I would say. Should I say nearest? Near surface to the player? Nah, that'll kind of be trash though. Because if there's not a surface near the player, this will be trash. If you want to do a pass off the wall, but I mean technically that would be, you get what I'm saying? Like the nearest surface in your vector, it'll try to, but you could also do that for bounce though. Nah, those two things would be different. If I made bounce based on the vector that you're looking at, so like if I'm looking at the wall over here, I'd bounce that bitch off the wall, bang, to my teammate over there. If I'm looking at the ground, my mouse is about to die. If I'm looking at the ground, I'd bounce it off the ground. But that means that you have to choose what you have to aim at what you're gonna bounce the pass off of. But that's not a bad thing to me. It's just hard to do on controller. That's the one thing I always, every one of my ideas would be so good if this game was just fucking mouse and keyboard. If this game was mouse and key, I wouldn't have to worry about shit. But since people play on controller, no. Okay, let me so now we need to make the input type. I guess it's not something that's universally easy on both inputs. I know, but on mouse and keyboard it would be, because you just press, you're aiming with your right and then you just press the 1 2 3 4. You know what I'm saying? 1 2 3 4. But technically oh no, you're right. On mouse and keyboard it's gonna be hard to do a pass, because the passes are based on your directional keys, and then the icon passing is based on the 1 through 4. I believe this is why the intentional solution was to use the left stick as well. It's still the same concept. Either way, you kind of have to finagle your fingers weird on mouse and keyboard. How would that be possible? Damn, that's trash. Damn, that's trash. Yeah, that's trash. I didn't even think about that. That is absolutely trash. On mouse and key, if I wanted to throw a chest pass to player 1, I'd have to press fucking W and 1 at the same time. I'd have to press 1 and then W. Ugh. Ugh. 1 and then W, 2 and then W. Ugh. All right, we're gonna rethink this. We're gonna rethink this, bro. Okay, so we're going to go back. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing any of this shit. I had an idea a while ago where it would be double tap, single tap, and hold. Double tap, single tap, and hold. The thing about single tap is, I think if you do double tap, single tap, and hold, it kind of hold and single tap gets confused. But essentially, the solution is to say hold, bounce pass, tap, chest pass, double tap, lob, right? And then we eliminate the dual input issues, because I could still hold 1 to bounce it. I can hold 2 to bounce it to 2. I can double tap 2 real quick to you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not as bad as having to press 2 keys and be fucking throwing up gang signs like this and shit. I can just you know what I'm saying? Like that on my 3, 4 with my index, 3 with my middle, quick tap. So the highly skilled players will do different passes because they'll be better with their fingers. The lower skilled players will just tap and keep it moving, or double tap and keep it moving. But also, when you think about lobs, man, like, do I have anything that requires me to compile right now? I think I might. Let me make this input real quick, and then I'll explain what I'm talking about in the editor. But yeah, I think the play is to do double tap, single tap, hold for 3 different pass types. That's just gonna be the easiest thing to do. They can rebind it to something else too, but it's nice having good defaults. I know, right? So having shit to be trash. There's only so many mouse buttons, so many actual mouse buttons. I gotta think about the default mouse buttons. Make it tap, double tap, triple tap. Triple tap will be too much because it'll have to be in like really quickly in succession. So you'd pretty much have to move your hands and now some people are, you know, really good, like really they have really was it dexterous? Is that dexterity? They have really nimble fingers, but not everybody's like that. So hold being the hardest pass to I would say to land, which is the bounce pass. Most people don't really throw bounce passes, and if you're throwing a bounce pass, it's because you really want to throw a bounce pass. And then that would make the so if I'm like dribbling with my stick and I look at the wall and I press and hold X, my character will just throw that bitch off the wall, and the ball will start trying to go to the player after it bounces. Now that code, that's gonna be fun to write, because I think since I can trace in front of me, see what's in front of me, trace for static shit only, find the surface, find the point on the surface I want the ball to travel to, throw the ball to that point. When the ball bounces, give it a new target, which is the player. And oh my god, that's gonna be cool as fuck to actually see working. Yeah, but the hole will be 90% of the passes. Maybe not. Cause you can think, like, if you tap 2, like, I'm just thinking about how I would play the game. Like, if I'm trying to get a pass, if I'm dribbling with my mouse and keyboard and I tap 1 like that, like, tapping is going to be the thing that is most used, because most people aren't going to spend more time trying to hold or double tap. But the thing is, I don't think you need to do double tap, because lobs can be thrown with a shot. Like, you can shoot a lob. You don't have to, like, because also you got to think about the lob itself is kind of it's a shot at the end of the day. It might be like underneath. It gives you a better animation if you actually have like a lob input, because you can do a specific like lob animation instead of like going up for a shot and shooting the ball towards a vector and having the player like be ready for that. I'm getting off of topic. Hold on, real quick. I have this on loop. Yes, I do. I mean, technically, this is what needs to happen here. But I wonder if I need to, like, do this particular for everyone. Like, we don't need to call this. We just need to call this. Yeah, I wonder if calling the super will do it for the. I think you do need the new data types. Okay. Oh yeah. So in my mind, a layup can be used as a lob. Like you can do a layup and use that as a lob pass. I was doing some tests yesterday with that, like trying to aim the layup at a place, you know what I mean? Like just a place where I want the ball to end up for another player to catch. And essentially, for a lob pass, you could just use a layup, because that's exactly what a lob pass is. It's like a layup, but sometimes they actually throw like a direct lob pass, but that's just a chest pass. You know what I mean? Like if my player's already in the air, I can chest pass it to them and have them catch it in the air and go for them. You know, go for one of those. We're gonna need some new oh, my bad. We need a couple more functions, but I do want to show this. Here, let me just do these. I know for a fact. I'm gonna just add it right now because I know I'm gonna have to add it anyways. Actually, I need to include this because it needs to be a variable. Might as well fucking just finish this up. Reduce input. You see how much input I'm handling here? Ugh. This is why I would say like gas is like good because it compartmentalizes all this stuff. I think passing works similar to like shooting or dribble moves and stuff like that. Just do this here. I remember the format for this. Oh, here we go. Church people. Pause was just released equals true, and then reset that. Okay. I think we should keep the data as the same. Like keep the data the same. Like that. And it's kind of redundant to do this, but it is the way that I've been doing it. Okay. Alright, I think that's pretty much almost all the C++ stuff before I actually set up the calling of that. I mean, essentially I still have to go through here and get my mover component like so, and say it's on sale. I won't lie to you, I was looking at those fab basketball animations. A couple of them aren't too bad. The dude released a dunking pack and it looks very, very good. It's on sale. I'll take a look. Which pack though? Is it the same like from the fucking mocap pack? Like they might look good, but actually working in the game is the thing that's gonna be the hardest part, I think. I'll take a look. Set. Passing. Ooh, no, hold on. We can't do this yet. I actually have to set up the inputs to know how the inputs look. This or this? Because this is the pack I'm talking about. Hey, look. Oh, nice. It comes with shoes that are not copyright. I mean, other than this looking like really, I don't want to say basic, but these could actually be helpful. I just don't like getting stuff off the marketplace, bro. Ugh. I got a problem. There's a basketball template? Okay, let's look at this. Can I play the demo? Let's see what my competition is looking like out here. Motherfuckers got templates now. It's first person. Okay. Yeah. Hey. Cash. Oh my god. The net sim is nice. Cash. I might buy this just to see what that net sim is about. Cash. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, first person is easy as fuck. That's why my first build of this game was a first person basketball game. Cause I was thinking I'm not gonna do no animations, bro. I'm just gonna fucking have people in here just shooting the ball at the hole. That'd be it. You talking about this? Or you talking about this? Let's look. Maybe there's a video for this. Ugh, what is that form right there? Yeah. Okay, this might be cool. This might be good. This might be good if there are actually animations I can use. I feel like this is just like, whatchamacallit? How can I say that? I feel like these are just for background characters. Like if I was doing like a pan across the screen and you want to say, oh, these guys are playing basketball. I bet they don't loop. I bet they don't either. These look so bad. $4.99. I'm pretty sure that they can be used as like some background shit. Did they add dunking to this shit? On whose fab page? Go to the mocap guys page. Okay, and Nemo mocap. Oh shit. Okay. Hey. Yes. Oh, let's look at the. Wait, there's a demo. Ah, come on. Quick preview. Oh, come on, man. All right, man. What are you doing? Hey! Yes! Hey! Nah, some of you do look good. Yes. Hey! Hey! With authority. The cap is good. You can see where the rim was. No shaky hands. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Hey! This. I just don't know how these would work with my system. Hey! Like if I was making like a 2K game, like 2K style, you do a dunk and it puts you into an animation, these would be great. Hey! Hey! But yeah, all that action needs to be controllable by the player. Unless I do something to where, but that would be too difficult, to be honest with you. Hey! Yeah, they don't look bad, man. I wouldn't buy these though, unless I was making like a 2K game. Now, or I'll take this back. If I was doing, I'll say this. Pay for them, you can just download the video, copy the animation yourself. You're a sick man, dude. So I think a good use for these would be if I take them and use them as the animations that will play for the trailer. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that would be the best use case for these. This way I don't have to like, I don't have to do like a bunch of work for parts of the trailer, basically. Like use these as animations that'll play, you know, have some gameplay for the dribble moves and then fucking go into a fake ass animation for the dunk. Because I don't think the dribble moves, I don't think any of these dribble moves are good. And per location type gameplay. Yeah, see that's the type of shit I don't want. I don't want to drag players into an animation because then you got to start thinking. At least not right now. Like maybe later down the line when I actually have like my own mocap studio and shit where I start doing shit like that. But for now, hell no. I feel like that'd be it's too much required. But yeah, these look like ass. He's dribbling like this. Who is dribbling this basketball with no athleticism? It's like he didn't have a ball that he was dribbling. He was just faking the move. You know what I mean? Hey. Yeah, I don't think this has like any like this, you know what I mean? Like crossovers. Somebody tried to say I was using these animations. I'm like, bro, you can't find any good basketball animations on the marketplace, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Look at that. Look at that crossover. The fuck is that? Look at that. Ugh. It's like he did this with no ball. But yeah, for the crossovers, I'ma just fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm literally gonna fucking be in. I gotta my room over there. I still gotta set up my big wall green screen, but y'all gonna see it. I'm gonna have the fucking video of me just doing like a crossover. Like I said, the trailer, I'm literally mocapping everything for that bitch. I'm not trying to do no animation. I don't even think I'm gonna do cleanup. The dunks are nice. I agree. The dunks will be good for the trailer. So I'll put them in there. This will be good too for like some B-roll shit. Like maybe have just this, a dude getting dunked on with just this animation. Get the fuck out of these animations. They're trash. What is he doing right here? Is he opening up a fucking box of treasure? Look. Like, oh. But yeah, some of these could be used. For $4.99, you know what I'm saying? Not too bad. I'll add it to the cart. Crackhead B-ball. No, bro is opening. Look at this stance right here, dog. Look at how he's dribbling right there. You know what I mean? It's just no effort. But they could be, you know what I'm saying? Like where I don't have to do it myself. So I'm trying to make the trailer as easy as possible. That shit is a lot of shit. But yeah, I do want to see this net sim, so I'm probably gonna buy this just to. I want to see how he got the net to simulate like that so good. Cause I could not get the net to sim like that. Cash. Hey. Hey. Nah, I fuck with that. Alright, we gotta go into the editor. It's a basketball net. You absolutely need to add animations for when you score a 360 dunk where the player who did it celebrates in a way that pisses off the other team. Like make him do a jerk off movement in the trailer. Like have the dude do that dunk and then be like get the fuck out of here. That would be funny as shit though. Okay, fast type all decorations in the version. What are we doing here? Oh, I gotta include this. Oh, my bad. What am I doing there? Just off the memes. It zooms in on them. I can do that. I can mocap that. Yeah, I can see myself doing a lot of stupid mocap stuff. Oh, have y'all seen this? I don't know if this is AI, but I'm in trouble. Oh my god. Yeah, I can show this here. I don't think it has music on it. Here, let me share it to my story so that I can see it. How do I look at my own story? Right here. I might be cooked, boys. I wish I could go full screen with this. Hold on, let me see. Can I say I might be cooked? I think this is AI though. I can't tell. I want to say that this is AI. It just doesn't look like right there. That little transition, it makes me think that this is AI. But it also could be real. Like, but that right there, that feels like AI to me. I might be cooked though. Check Discord. Basketball hoop net chain cloth. $10 for this shit, Slime? Jesus Christ. 2,000 frames. Oh, so it's like a bake simulation? Is there a video? So this motherfucker selling another project? Yeah, I think it's AI, but people in the comments are like, oh my God, we're getting another N1 game. But I think they might just be posting this to gather some hype and see if it's like, you know, some investor shit, get some investors interested and use that money to make the actual game. But you know, if they make this game, I'm gonna apply. If they make this game, I'm applying. Hey, I've been working on a game for the past 3 years. You need me. You need me to make this game for you. Because if you don't use me, the game's gonna be trash. Let's be honest with each other. You don't use me, the game's gonna be trash. Sequencer. Geometry cache. How does that work? Does it interact with the world still? I don't get how this is supposed to work in game though. Like, does it have interaction? Because that dude's net was like, it was like coming through and shit. Yeah, I don't know if this is what I'm looking for, E-Dub. I don't know about that. That feels like it's just like a background net that's simulating to the wind and shit. These days I saw a video on Instagram where a girl was taking off her panties and then she steps back, the shoes stay in place and she has new shoes in her feet, on her feet. I laugh so hard. That's a thing now. Basically a cloth montage. Maybe. I would, if it moves. It says chain links and dynamic physics for realistic swinging and movement. Of basketball nets during gameplay. Bitch. It's getting better and better at fulliness. I think so, yeah. One of the variations are chain links, so it might be nice after tweaking a bit of the settings, but he put cloth data on the mesh too, so it's a little of both. I don't know what that means. Like, if it's a geometry cat, I would like to see it reacting to, you know what I'm saying? I would like to see it reacting to, is this, did I just see Houdini? I feel like I just saw Houdini. I would like to see it reacting to the ball. Because this is cool, but inside of a gym, this looks weird. Like inside of a box with no wind and shit. This one has a little bit more swinging. Oh, it's Maya. Geometry cast is a mesh flip book. Then he put something in the material to make it wiggle. Okay, so to me, I can just keep doing like VATs then in that case. Basketball court set with backboard, hoop, parquet, balls, digital timer screen. Oh, damn, he going crazy as fuck. Does this dude want to help me with my basketball game? Oleg fucking guy. Making all this shit. Simulating and then all 8 directions, then just play it on the direction of the ball. Yeah. Facts. Now, fucking getting the time to do that, that's a whole different story. And then doing that for different net types. I guess I could just have one chain net, one cloth net, and then change up the texture, like change up the albedo and normal textures, if that'll work. I don't know if that'll work. I think it has to be baked with the normal. No, it could the normals can be additive actually. So yeah. I think Monk left a comment on this. Do it on my phone because commenting on the web is trash. Okay, this is what I was talking about lobs and why I don't think they are necessary. Because you can just do a layup. Now, I'll probably have to do a little something extra with the layup to actually get it, because right now it's like really sensitive. Not sensitive, but the amount of force that you apply to the ball is really low, because I don't want you to be fucking right at the rim throwing that bitch off the backboard somewhere. Yeah, just convert the animation to a VAT texture and apply it to the WPO, and then rotate the mesh to face the opposite direction of the player, so you can have a net that simulates in all directions. That's smart. So basically, just do it from the front, and then when the player shoots the ball, rotate the mesh to that vector, like to that target rotation on the yaw, and then have it simulate. That's smart as fuck. Hold on, bro, you cooking. I didn't even think to rotate it. The only thing that sucks is that I'm kind of hiding a seam right here, but I don't think that'll be too bad. Like, there's a seam. I don't know if you can even see it right here. Where's that seam at? I think it's back here. Oh shit, no, you can't even see it. Oh, there is a seam right there, whatever that is. You can see this seam. I don't know where that one came from. That's a weird one. But yeah, that's smart, bro. Would the angle look weird? I don't know. Because like if I look, hold on. I don't know if the WPO will play the animation. Hold on. Because I think the WPO just plays the animation, like it overrides everything. I don't think it plays in local space. You know what I mean? I think it just overrides everything. I could check by just rotating this 90 degrees and seeing if the seeing if the outcome is different. So if I rotate this, let's just put this on 0. I don't know which rim this is. I have no idea which rim this is. I gotta put the fucking whatchamacallit to know. Okay, this is the one close to the athletic equipment. Of course I start on the other side of the fucking map. Do you need to make it rotate in steps like 5 at a time so the lines will align perfectly to the old position? Oh, fuck. Cash. Oh my god. Cash. Oh my god. Cash. Can I make a shot? There she is. No, it still does this. It doesn't matter what the rotation is. There goes the seam though. You can see it right there. That is the little seam right there. How these look all weird. I put that to the back. So yeah, I don't think that's possible because I think it just overrides the like the transform with the vat. Like the vat takes over. But that sounded like it was smart as fuck. Make one good animation that goes from the backside. But the thing is, like, so there's like I don't know, man. There's a part of me that wants to do cloth sim because it's not so expensive. It's only expensive during the actual interactions. But I don't know if y'all remember the old playtest where I would like the cloth would just spaz. I don't know what the fuck that was, but that was like the main reason why I kind of got away from the cloth too, because it was like spazzing like that. But yeah, a layup could be thrown as a oop like that. Like you can throw a oop like that. They can catch the oop like that. Okay, maybe not that one, but yeah, they can catch the oop like that. Oh my god, Cash. Layups are fun, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Somebody was saying that my legs look too stiff and I need to animate the legs. But layups are fun, dog. Okay, I don't have the left hand layup right now, so that it does the dunk animation. But yeah, as a layup, I don't have to do live, so I can just do single tap and hold. I'm telling you, single tap, hold, and if you want to throw a lob, use a fucking layup. Like, you throw a lob with the tools that you have. If you know you can do a layup, now I know you can't do a lob from like, who sent that? Squirrel. I know you can't do a lob from like here, like an accurate one, but maybe I can make it to where you can get a more accurate lob from here. Like technically there's code where if you're not aiming at the rim, I shoot the ball with a lower vertical velocity. You see how here I'm shooting with a lower vertical, and then here I shoot with a higher, like I shoot higher there if I aim outside. Ooh, Cash. If I aim outside of the backboard. Technically I do the same thing with the layup. So based on distance, like if you let the layup go from here, I'm guessing you're trying to throw a direct lob to a direction. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to throw a lob and not do that. Oh my god, made that the fuck? This, you know what that is? That's actual physics. That is actual physics. The ball has a backspin on it. That is the actual physics into making that shot. It has a spin going this way instead of this way. So if I roll it, it's rolling up the backboard and going in. That's crazy as fuck. That's so funny. I don't know how I made that shit. Yeah, that's the physics engine. Now, chaos is cool, man. I do want to have more deterministic physics, though. God, deterministic physics would be so good. My game would be so good. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot the inputs. Okay, so we want to do triggered. Yeah, we want to do triggered. Hold on. Since there's two triggers. One would. Okay. I got it. All right, so we're gonna do tap and hold. So you don't gotta do double tap. Double tap will be too much on the wrist. I think motherfuckers will get carpal tunnel playing my shit trying to double tap on the left. So what we're gonna do is tap and hold. I'll take a look, Squirrel. Let me put these in here real quick. I'm just gonna copy them over to the controller. I hate that bug. Why is that still a bug, Epic? Check Discord. I sent you a GPT way of adding the offset relative to the point. What offset though? My brain just farted for a little bit. Offset relative to what point? World to local. Absolute world position. Direction equals normalized local position. Offset equals direction times amount. So this will be done in the shader. So technically you would take the already existing VAT data and then do this to it and set that as a new WPO in the shader. Okay. Yeah, not sure I want to spend the time to check and see if that works, but that might be cool. Yeah, I got an issue like this with reflection. If you want, send me the WPO animation. I'll cook up the shader math for you and send you that. Okay. I think I got the textures in here. Do you have the side effects labs installed? I don't know if you need side effects labs for that though. Where would that be at? I think it's core goal net. Is this what I'm using? There we go. So NetSim is using this Houdini VAT soft body deformation. Where are my VAT textures at? Where the fuck are my textures at? Am I tripping? Ain't this supposed to have some texture somewhere? Oh, maybe it's in the material instance. Yeah, there they go. Jesus Christ, where are these at on disk? Houdini projects, object rigging, net. Ooh, I doubt I have that project anymore. Let's see. Open in Explorer. Oh shit, I do still got these. Slime ball. Here, Yeah, I don't know if you might have to get this. I'm not sure though. Yeah, see what it looks like. I don't know how that would work with this though. I might have to take the WPO out of this right here and do the math to this WPO. Okay, back to this. You know what I gotta get going is fucking key maps. Key mapping is super important. What was I about to do here? Controller, right? Alright, by default, bro, I'm binding jump to the stick, bro. I don't care. It's more natural for the game, for the vision of the game. But you can bind it to A if you want. That's fine. Whenever I do the binding and shit. But I'm making players suffer. Because it's been stick this whole time. It's been stick this whole time. And like I said, most people on controller ain't jumping before they jump shot. They only jump for their dunk. So they might as well just fucking put it on the stick. If they're not even using it like that. I'm lost. Core, input, thank you. Jesus, where's my brain doing? Base. Nope, that's PC. Holy hell. Yeah. Say goodbye to that. Eat my ass. Use a stick. Because imagine passing with the stick. Like, holding the right stick down or tapping the right stick for a pass, or holding the right stick down for a pass. That actually wouldn't be too bad. That actually wouldn't be too bad if I didn't care about like style passes, like the pass key would just be the stick. If I didn't care about like different types of passes, like if I was being simple like NBA The Run. That's a diss. That's a diss, by the way. If I was just being simple like NBA The Run, I could just put passes on one key, and then every pass will be the same. It'll just be a different animation that plays. No bounce passes, none of that shit. Just straight up chest passes. Should I do that? Nah, I can't do that shit like that. That's just not in me to do that. It feels like that's too like that doesn't give you a lot of options. I don't know what it is about giving my players options, even though I know they're probably just gonna choose the simplest shit. But I know me, the way I'm gonna play the game, I'm gonna be out here, bounce pass, fake the. Oh, you know what? Maybe I do double tap. Maybe I do double tap for a fake. Like you double tap it to fake the pass. What do I think about that? I don't know. I don't know how that would feel, like as a player. Double tap to fake the pass, or there's really not another way. Fires triggered event upon repeated taps of the key. Now I wish you could. First tap, sometime passes another key time passes. If time passes less than a repeat delay, then so this is where it was broken. So double tap and release, which is single tap, actually breaks each other. These two break each other. Because when you release from the, to do the second tap, you'll trigger the release. And then essentially what you do is you'd have to wait the repeat delay before you could trigger, like let them say, oh, they just released it. You know what I'm saying? So these two things break each other. So maybe I won't do fake passes. That'll be the thing that I can simplify. Or I could have hold be the pass, tap be the fake, and you can only do one type of pass. That's the compromise. So no bounce passes, no passes off of surfaces, which I think is really important. I think passes off of surfaces might be more important than throwing a fake pass, to be honest with you. Like me throwing the ball off the wall and having that bitch boom, and go back there, I think that just gonna have way more viral moments than a fake pass. But I see some people play like 2K and they do like a like a little LeBron fake pass like that. You know how when he did that, when he said yeah. So I might try to figure out a way to get it all to work, but right now we'll just do the simple shit. Oh my god. Does that make sense? 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like X should be 1 because X is like closer. It's just more comfortable, I would say. There you go. X, Y, B, A. I mean, they'll have icons on their fucking heads, so figure it out. I have faith in the player base. All right. The one thing I do hate about this is that we don't know if the trigger comes from if it comes from a single tap or a hold. But the way to detect that is if the button is still pressed when the trigger happens. So if the button is still pressed when the trigger happens, that means we're holding it. The button is released when the trigger happens, that means we did a single tap. Okay, and then this all has to tie into the animation system because that is partially what's going to be happening there. Is it? Or is it just going to be one animation? Or would the animation be based on... Would we choose the animations based on the direction that the player is? So I'd have fucking 8, you know what I'm saying? Like 8 chest pass animations that go poof, 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 you know what I mean? Or 4, or yeah, it'd be 8. So I'd have 1, 2, 3 like that. Actually, how would I do the back ones? Like that? Or would I turn them that way? I don't know. Well, basically we would choose the fucking animation based on the dot product of the like where the player is currently or where the target is currently, and that's how we would choose the animation that gets selected from that. Yeah, that would be the way. But for now, we're just gonna use one animation. But let me go ahead and set it up while we're here. I'm hungry. I'm gonna use block here. Matter of fact, I don't even know if this has all 16 in here. Yeah, it doesn't. And I'm not using block. Let's use one that definitely has I think I want to say layups has a 0. Layups has a 0 in there. Yeah. This way, if you don't have a, like if the player is, well, 0 wouldn't actually exist in that case. We could just get rid of it, but oops. All right, we'll get rid of these two here. And then we just gotta make these the data assets, bro. I can't wait till I fucking upgrade that. I can't wait. Actually, this version is an upgrade from the previous version. I'm not gonna lie to you. Man, I gotta upgrade this version. I gotta make sure that the data that it makes sense to. Because one thing that I'm seeing in the source code is that Epic is actually using the montage. I don't think they used the like, hold on, it's called F anim motion or something like that. It's a layered move. So yeah, montage state provider. Push simulation authoritative montage state into the simulation output so that the game thread can drive the montage instance. The wrap classes append one entry per active montage they own. Time step is provided so implementations can populate time and fields for precise interpolation. Default implementation is a no-op base class that has no montage state to contribute. And note that this will become obsolete once layered move logic is represented by UObject, allowing the use of interface classes. Okay. Oh, okay, so this base class won't exist anymore. And apparently they're moving layered move to UObjects. Ugh, why are they doing that? I guess that's fine. But wouldn't that mean a lot more memory for that? Like a lot more garbage collection, maybe, mostly. So this variant runs only on the game thread only, uses sim driven for simulation driven worker thread root motion with motion warping support. So if we look at this one, like I said, they use the same underlying class, and then when they do the generate move, I think they look at the montage. Where is the montage? So the montage state, and I want to say that the reason why this is safe is because it's packed up beforehand, but they don't have an example of this being used in the code base. So it's kind of difficult to see how this is actually being used because they don't have an example of this. I think it's used in one place. In right here, yeah. So like if this is a backend, async backend, it uses the sim driven one. But so this, hold on, let me see here. I want to say that this would be called from the game thread, and it packs everything up, and then it sends this move. So you wouldn't necessarily pack this inside of the simulation. You would have to pack it outside the simulation and then schedule it with the simulation. So technically you can send the simulation the montage, but in my case, I send the move and then I find the montage. That's the reason I can't use this, because technically, like I said, they don't show a good example of this either, even in the examples, because in the examples, they, based off of the input, they'll just choose a montage. Like the montage is not dynamic. You get what I'm saying? That's like one of the biggest reasons. Since they send this from the game thread, they're not using like a dynamic way of choosing the montage, because essentially the client and the server have to agree on what montage gets played in order for there to not be a desync. And unfortunately, if you playtest the fucking demo or the examples, shit is trash. Like the montages are trash. But I was playing at 200 ping. I think I took it down to 60 ping and the shit was still trash. But that's like unacceptable. For my project, it's unacceptable. You can see they also don't handle events in there, but technically you could easily do the events. You can easily do the events inside of here. Like you can extend this this guy and easily handle the events in there. Maybe not though, because the events are U objects that might they might crash the thread. And so that's like the scariest part, is since you're accessing an actual U object or a pointer, it could potentially be null and crash the thread, which will crash the game. Which I'm telling you, I think that's happening to me. You know, somewhere I'm accessing a U object, or I'm accessing something that is an invalid pointer, and it's doing like, because the last time I crashed, I was looking at somebody dunk, and then I can't remember the time before last, I was watching 3 people go up for a fucking dunk on the same rim. And then the time after that, I can't even remember how I crashed. I literally joined the server, I turned, and then I crashed. And I don't even know if somebody was dunking because I kind of wasn't paying attention. But yeah, it looks, the way that Epic is doing this, it looks like you could pass this layered move a montage. But there is no authoritative place to do that. If it's a dynamic montage, if it's a montage that has to be chosen from a customizable list of montages, I could cache, like when the player comes in, technically, now I'm thinking about solving this problem, but technically I could, when the player comes in, they can send me their move list, and I could just cache all of the mappings. So like for all of the dribble moves, I can cache all of the montages that need to play for each dribble move, right? Now, that's a lot of data to cache and to replicate, because well, technically you don't have to replicate it, I don't think. Basically, if I have a static library and the player has a tag to tag map that says, hey, for ball right, for, you know, ball left hand going left, the player's using this animation for that. Like the player's using this tag for animation, which is the library tag that the animation is actually in. Technically, I can just replicate the tag to tag map, and the players, when they get the tag to tag maps, they can just set the montages based on the location of the montage in the library. And this way you don't have to serialize a bunch of shit. You just got to serialize the tag to tag mapping. But still, that's a lot of tags. You can think there's 16 moves. There's 16 moves for there are 16 moves per dribble for the entire dribble for left and right hand, and then in the future each dribble has a static and a dynamic variation. Single enum, or better yet, use a single enum for the montage to play. I could, when I do upgrade the system, I could go enum to enum. Yeah, technically I could, because there shouldn't be more than 256. Well, there might be more than 256 libraries, so I could just change that to like a UN16, because there shouldn't be more than 655,000 libraries. But we can have the enum for the direction, for the information about the move, the left, ball left, going left. That's an enum. Like that should all be changed to enum. And then you have the UN16 enum that has all of the libraries that are possible, which I don't think there will be more than 256 libraries. But you can think, if the game expands and I start getting licensing for players, like Curry's package, LeBron's package, this package, you know what I'm saying? Like I start getting like NBA PA licensing where I can like use a player's likeness and name and shit, then I want to leave that open. But in the beginning you can just do UN8 to UN8, and then that library points to a data asset. That data asset has the organization for the same enums, the same left, ball left, going left. It has the montages tied to that, and then whenever I get the replication of that player's moveset, I go and I fill out the library for him. Like I go put the moves for him, and then when he sends me that move, I just go to the library and send that I send the layered move to myself. But the other side of that is the events and shit like that, because so the events need to fire outside of the layer move, because the layer move doesn't have any access. Like it's an encapsulated thing. The only thing that you can do with the layer move is write to the state. You can't send maybe I might be wrong about that. Yeah, the only thing you can do is write to the state, because you don't have access to shit else. You can write to this output propose move and shit like that, but you can't like send an event and say like, oh, like if I get to the jump shot and I get to the point of the jump shot where the ball's supposed to launch, I can't send an event for the launch. I would have to write that to the output state, and then even in here there is no output state, which is kind of annoying. There's no output state. There's just the output, the proposed move, which doesn't have any other information other than this here. I guess you can make a child propose move and propose your own move, and then cast to that proposed move that has like a state. But yeah, if that's the case, I would still have to do something to where the player that's executing this, I'd have to have something running alongside this, basically. So like I'd have to have like my smart move evaluator still running, and then this would handle the root motion, and then the evaluator would just handle events. It'll just look at the montage that's playing and say, okay, where are we? Is there an event that's supposed to be playing? Okay, fire that event, like that. Yeah, I compressed all possible character skins in my game into a single UN8 enum. Then I have a function that unpacks that enum into hair color, skin color, face type, and I have 3 options for each. So wait, you packed like a combination into one enum, or just the enum has like sections? It has like hair color, hair color in the enum, and then it has skin color, or it has color and then face type inside the single enum. I'm hungry as fuck. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, I'm still going to keep my evaluator, because my evaluator will just do this, and it's just extended. I can do more shit. So I can still do just use the montage, The one downside I would say to using the montage is this right here. Like doing this, says read the local transform directly from the montage non-const, so warping can modify in place. The fuck? Oh, they making this non-const? Like I said, when I tested this was so trash that I was like, bro, my solution is way better. It's like male FO1, HO1, SO1. Oh shit, Jesus Christ. Sounds like you made a map? What map? Oh, like a T map? But yeah, this right here is costly. Because you gotta think if the state rewinds, it has to do this again too. Like it has to do this again. And if you know anything about how root motion works, it's not bad because it's only you know what? Now that I'm being honest with myself, it's only trying to figure out where one bone is. So one thing I could do is one layer. I could do one layer of smart move data. Yeah, actually it would be 2 layers because I'd have to have a smart move that holds the left and right move in it. Mainly because of this part of my design. I might actually try to do that over next week. But yeah, because of my design here, fuck, I forgot about sections. Sections do not work in the montages have to be separate sections too, bro. That is the biggest kicker. So I would have to have this, like literally, like I'm telling you, this exists because it has to. Because if you've ever cooked your shit and then played it in a bro, I wish, hold on, do I have an old ass build? Like an old build. I do on Google Drive. Hold on, I'm gonna download this because I'm telling y'all, bro, the reason why I had to do this layer shit was because of this, but it was so bad. It's on my Google Drive. I know it. I know it's on there. Like an old ass build from before Chaos Mover. This one, let's just use maybe which one had dunks in it? Maybe this one had dunks in it. 3. What day is this? March 28th. We can cross reference with the fucking date that I put up on Instagram. Let's take a look. 23 weeks ago, February 7th. Huh. Yeah, that feels right. That feels about right. Yeah, March 28th. We'll get this one here. Oh, anyway, it's my shit. It's my shit. I am starving. I'm probably not gonna finish my work today on stream, but because I gotta get something to eat. Like I only had a smoothie this morning, and I had it an hour before the stream. So I've actually been talking a lot today. I'm lucky and happy my game only has 4 to 5 characters. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's tough. When you want to start going expanding into shit, Unreal is good for it though. Like when you want to start expanding shit, Unreal has really good tools for that. Which is probably another big reason why I haven't switched to Unity, regardless of the fact how much I love programming in ECS. Unreal Engine tool is just so good. Okay, did we get it? All right, let's extract this. This is exactly why I don't want to do a whatchamacallit build, bro. Fucking debug build, 4 gigabytes. Nah, that's not a lot, but in terms of like the game only having 1 level in it and fucking really nothing in it. I hope this bug shows up. What if it doesn't show up and everything I've done is wrong? But it existed. That's the reason I switched. Like, I went through like a whole 3-4 days where I was trying to figure out why the animations weren't working. Like why the animations would break in the edge case I'm talking about. And there was no solution in sight. So I just said, you know what, I'm just gonna split everything into their own montage, and then instead of looping, or instead of looping, you can just play a montage and don't blend out of it. You know what I'm saying? And then you can blend into another montage. But I wonder if that anim root motion layered move handles if it handles blending as well, because I don't think I blend that well. Like my blending is kind of trash. That's one of the things I got on my to-do list. Like when I blend from a move back to locomotion, it looks trash. But I think that's the case right now for the chaos shit too. Like I can show y'all what I'm talking about. This shit is trash. We can go to all engine plugins, mover. Oh my god, come on, man. Why the fuck you showing me assets? It's actually trash. Mover examples, here we go. So we can go to the physics map. Y'all can see what I'm talking about. Right now I'm at 60 ping, so it might not look bad because I don't remember if I tested at 60 ping. But at 200 ping, it's a no-go. This shit is slow, bro. Maybe my computer's just working too hard. Maybe I'm doing a lot of read and writing from disk. Yeah, we're getting low right here. That's why it's so slow. Okay, so you can see right here is the vaulting test. Whoever ran this test needs to be fired. All right, so we are playing as a standalone right now. So you can see how it's supposed to look. So I forget the vaulting. I think it's control or the shift. Oh, that's sorry. I switched the animation out. Hey, I switched the animation out. That's my bad. My bad. No, Marie. I was testing some shit because I was trying to switch over to it. That's funny as hell. Mannequin. Where's this at? Pawns. Chaos Mannequin pawn extended. I'm over here. I got my own shit in there. I think I unhooked some of the code to handle vault over. Yeah. Supposed to go through this path. And I think there's supposed to be like a vault. Damn it. I don't know what the animation is for this. Son of a gun. I don't know what the original animation was. It's probably in the other extended pawn, yeah. Chaos Manny. I was testing some shit out. So this is the standalone here. Here. Oh, shift. Look at that. What is that? What is that? What is this? This is a standalone. Trash. Whoever tested this needs to be fired. Whoever said, hey, this works, should be fired. Okay, this is the mover examples. Yes. This doesn't even work in single player. Now, don't get me wrong, the dash works. Dash works really well. The dash is really nice. Like this dash, the physics dash is really good. Like I can go, we can do this here. Go here. Let's run into these lights like this. This, you can dash through them shits like that with physics. This, dash through that with physics. This. Matter of fact, you got a lot of power when you dash. And holy fuck, you can go through the heavies like that. So you can get all that with the physics. And then if I, I almost rolled over that bitch. If I go to multiplayer. Ah, this fucking bug, man. Okay, I did. Jesus Christ. It happens in Epic shit too, so it's not just me. Probably works in 5.7. Maybe. But that shit just got added in 5.8. They didn't have the you can try. I don't think they had that feature in 5. Make sure I don't fucking save anything here. Have to recompile the engine again. I don't think they had the animate like the matter of fact, I know for a fact layered moves didn't work in 5.7 because I had to do it myself. The layered moves didn't work in 5.7. So they just finalized layered moves in 5.8. I'm ashy as fuck. Yeah, I know for a fact in 5.8 that's when they finished layered moves. So whoever tested that shit, I hope there was a part of the 1,000 people that got laid off. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Got it. I'm using mover, but don't need any movement things. My vaulting works on my first person pawn, but I need anims with holding guns in hands. So you're using mover, but you don't need any movement stuff. Are you doing like replication? Because if you weren't doing any replication, bro, mover is a beast without replication. Like a single player game with mover, bro, holy, you can do everything. You can have one of the best movement games ever. Climbing and holding guns. Wait, holding guns? Not really like a movement thing. I'm using mover because it has the direction change and momentum settings. The spring base walking. That's what you're talking about. But yeah, this is one of the biggest reasons why I was like, oh, this shit won't work. But yeah, this is the other reason. I got the, let's say we got the project here. Let me close this down real quick. Because I didn't even test the whatchamacallit multiplayer, but let me just show this real quick before I forget. Ooh, no. Hold on. Wait, what build is this? Hey! Okay, this is actually a current build. The fuck? Okay, god damn it, I just downloaded that I just took that long ass download for no reason, man. Where's my other builds at? Did I not playtest those publicly? I could have sworn we playtested those publicly. Maybe it's one on that bit. Yeah, that was a cook build. That's like an old build from earlier this year. I was about to say last year. Here, let me do this real quick. Sorry, I have to show this, or I feel like it might be this build. It's February. Yeah, this is the build with Duncan in it. And I was asking people, did they get the glitch in the I don't know if anybody got the glitch in their build. And I know this is a shipping build, because that's why it's so small. Maybe this is a shipping build too. I know this build is bigger because of the fucking Paragon assets for sure. Oh, come on, man. I gotta go through this again. That unzipped shit was long as hell. Oops. Nice. Enigmas, are you just doing like level design stuff right now? I could have sworn didn't I just delete this? Have you managed to check out file palette yet? No, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna find this moment. Oh, okay. I don't know what file palette is. I'm at a loss. My project is around 2 GB when packaged, but it uses 6 GB of memory, and I can't seem to be able to say why my data map is around 2 GB. So I guess the engine is using 4 GB by default. I don't know if that's true. You might have a memory leak. A better version of shitty MS File Explorer. I've never heard about it. Maybe you said something. Maybe you said something about it last stream, or the stream before last. I remember you being in here. Yeah, I haven't even looked it up. Shows you how much free time I have. One thing that, like, I don't have a problem with File Explorer. I just hate sometimes where you can't choose where shit gets stored at. Like, I don't want everything stored on my C drive. Like, my C drive is just for my fucking OS. But, you know, like, all programs just throw shit inside of app data. I wish you can change that shit. Alright. Okay, this should be like one of the older builds. Okay, yes. Oh yeah, this is definitely an old build. Ah, yeah. I think I have to go in and say debug. Yeah. This probably doesn't have Duncan in it, dog. Hold on. How'd I pick up the ball here? 1. Oh my god, this build is so trash. Oh, look at that. There's this glitch. Oh my god, bro. Yeah, this doesn't have Duncan in it. Hey! Hold up. God damn, shit wet. Shit wet. Ugh. I'm still cold at this bitch. Come on, what's that? Cash? No, it's not. Hey. I feel like shooting was way easier in this motherfucker. Cash. Hey. No, the old build feels good, dog. The ball feels really good. Because it's like a pre-baked decision, basically. Cash. Off the backboard? No, I can't hit that. Off the backboard? Oh my god, can I not hit a backboard jumper here? Get in there. Hey, my release time was way quicker in this build. Did we just crash? Oh. Yeah, it has the dribbling in here too. Hey. Oh my god. It's really bad though, because you can't really string moves together. Like, if you want to do like that move, you have to tap it. You have to like tap your dribble moves. Nah, this build was okay. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This build definitely wouldn't have been good to test publicly though, for sure. Cash. Oh. The shooting feels really good in this build though, I ain't gonna lie to you. My god. I'm him. I'm playing this motherfucker now. Okay, EW, I get what you mean about the feedback. Maybe I can do this locally. I can do that locally. Because you'd be like, oh, that's in. That's in. You know what I mean? Like, or if you about to miss, you're like, oh, that's off. That's off. But you should know that as a player. But yeah, the feedback is really helpful. We might add this back. We might add that back. Oh, come here. It was a part of something else. This is the debug for it's the debug for the projectiles. If you use Kai's mover solution, it comes with it. It's like just a debug view of the projectiles, but it's actually like really cheap because it's using an instant static mesh. But yeah, it is really helpful to understanding like where your ball is about to go. I don't even think I had sprint in this shit. There's no sprint. Nah, I am really cold at this game though. I played it too much. Alright, this is not the build I was talking about though, so I'm just we gotta crash. See, this build is trash. Oh man. How far we've come. Alright, I don't know what build it was. It might be this one. Maybe, but these are on the same days. So I don't know. I could have sworn we had another playtest where y'all downloaded the Google Drive. Did I delete those or something? Damn. It just doesn't make sense that I have these two on the same day, modified on the same day. So obviously something was wrong here, and then I did something here. Yeah, but by this build this is, I had already switched over to the new animation system. And what's really crazy is I might have done something, bro. It might have been my animations that weren't looping properly because, well, hold on. You can probably see it here if I do like the jump shot, if I hold it long enough. It might have just been, fuck, I deleted it. It's too late. It's too late. Maybe it was me and the animations didn't loop properly. Nah, hell nah. I can't remember, bro. 11.3 gigs is crazy though. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the full thing here on stream because one, I wasted a bunch of time. Two, I'm getting kind of hungry. I'll go for another 14 minutes till 5 though. Hopefully I don't get caught up in nothing. But yeah, maybe we can revert back. I just remembered that there was a reason why. There was a reason, and it was the build where I first introduced dunks. And it only happened in the cooked build. That's why in the video, like the video where I was promoing that the dunks were in, there was no glitching. But the cooked build, like when the player went for this dunk and they got to this point, they would like jitter like that. But that could be that the animation was not looping correctly. Because in montages, you can't say, well, I gotta check that. I think on the montage section, you can say, hey, this frame to this frame is looping. But either way, I would still, that only needs to exist for the sectional moves, not for the root motion moves. The root motion moves are just like a single fire and forget. They don't transition to anything. But the sectional moves, they need to be 3 separate montages. So that needs to be split up. That literally needs to be split up into a data asset. God, that sucks. Either way, I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm in a bad boat. Either way, I'm in like a bad boat. So while I'm talking about it, I might as well just fucking set the rest of this animation shit up for see, now that I know that these need to be directional, I'm going to change the name of those. I can do it there. I'm gonna just do it in a file explorer real quick. Here we'll do like this, F_0. Or should I just do F0? What's the next? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, technically, we want these bitches to have root motion too. You shouldn't be able to move when you're doing this. Well, I'm off to sleep. I'll catch you on the next stream. Alright, brother. I'm about to get off soon and get something to eat. Probably play a little bit of Apex. Probably try to like play no more than 5 games of Apex and then finish setting up the inputs for this. Where the fuck? How's this already out of my hands? So by 9 we launching the ball. Okay, say less. We don't have the fucking tag for that, but we can use fire. And then depending on, yeah, so I can send. What do I use this for? I don't think we use this tag for anything yet. Technically, we could do this like, the only thing is that you wouldn't be able to cancel out of a pass once you started. But technically, what we could do is like, you can do different passes. And as long as you're not launching it, you can like change the pass. So I could like tap, double tap, tap, double tap, tap, double tap, and my character would go like this. He'd be doing like this shit. But it might not be enough. It'd be like, he'll be like, if you're like tapping, double tap, tap, double tap, tap, double tap, tap. I might launch a little bit later to give you more time, like at 10. And then we'll lock this up. We will lock this up. Combo. Basketball move blocked. I think this is it. From 0 to... No, from 9 it'll actually start. So at 9, the frame before you launch, I'm going to not allow you to fucking change your pass. Probably should be a little bit earlier than that, but I'm gonna be a little bit lenient here. 20. $60. Oh, that's something else. Wait, am I animating at 60? By the way, were you able to fix the issue with the animations from the video you sent on the group? Fuck no. But I know the problem though. I know what the problem is. the animations that I retargeted, I think they're in here. Metahuman locomotion. What is this? Let's just look for loop forward or something like that, right? So these don't loop properly. So if I look at this pose right here, take a look at that pose, and then look at this pose. Well, that looks like the same pose. Hold on. But somebody was telling me that it's because these animations aren't looping properly. They look like they are, though. So maybe it's not a looping thing. Yeah, those look exactly the same. Those poses. So even if that's the problem, I actually don't know. Unfortunately. But I have to remake all of these animations anyway, so I'm thinking about moving from. Honestly, I'm truly considering going like the old method of, you know, moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, instead of using like orientation warping and all that stuff, just fucking making the 8 directions by hand and shit. Because all it is just an animation layer to change the direction a little bit. And you know, using the animations that I got from here, but keeping them in place so that I don't have to deal with the root motion like glitching, because that's what's happening. Something's happening with the root motion where I retargeted the animations and something is off. Like something about the system is off. And since I don't know, I kind of just I want to say I just copied and pasted the Lyra system, but I swapped out the animations to be the gasp animations. I don't actually know what to do or what to look for when the system breaks. So it will be an opportunity for me to get better at that shit, but I'm not looking forward to it. But yeah, someone had told me that it's because the animations are not looping properly, but it looks like they are. Alright, so we just gotta do one last thing here with this and I'll be done. Oh yeah, there was something else I wanted to show. Nah, you won't be able to see it here, I don't think. You might be able to show this. I actually might be able to show this. Hold on. If I go to my dunks, then this is me getting off subject. This happens often, too often maybe. God, what is going on? The level takes 3 years to load. So I'm gonna just go to the tomahawk real quick for the dunks, because I think I can show this glitch. Tomahawk, and we'll just put this one in there because I think it has all of the original shit, and we can put it in here. Well, we don't need to. Yeah, we do need to put it in the data. We'll just put it right here, real quick. Oh, I don't have that animation. Fuck me. Maybe I can still use it though. We'll see. It actually baked that out, unfortunately. Oh no, I'm playing as a client somehow. Don't want the multiplayer get in the way of this. It doesn't do it here. Holy fuck. It doesn't do it. I don't know what that was. Right there, that little snap. I don't know what that is, but yeah, the animation that's playing is this one. So it doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't happen in a. It only happens in a package build. You see, I was really exact. Like I would come here and I would type, put this loop at 23, put this loop at 9, right? But in a package build, you see how it looks like here, where there's no glitching. It looks like it all is functional, except for that little snap. In a package build, it doesn't do that. Yeah, I don't have time to show that. Like, I'm telling you, those type of bugs can make you put a hand through the fucking monitor, because you're like, bro, this shit works perfectly fine in the editor, and then I package my shit, put it out. Where's this other? Oh, okay, that's not the. It's actually over here somewhere in the retargets. I'm packaging, putting it in, thinking that things are gonna work. Shit don't work. Makes no sense. Makes zero sense how the same exact thing doesn't happen in a click build. But and then you go online and there's no solutions online. Nobody else seems to be running into this issue online. You know what I mean? Because there's probably very few people who use an animation that has 3 sections in it. That is probably very few. It's probably close to 0. And then how many of those people have actually packaged their game and played it? You get what I'm saying? That's like the kicker. Tomahawk right hand start. And that's the sad part, is like, since nobody has gone through it, I can't learn from anybody else's mistakes, which means I had to spend the time to do it myself. Exactly. Most devs restart their project before they get that far. I have a feeling that's the case. Yeah. I have a feeling that is the case. Like, any weird bug that happens, motherfucker just use that as an excuse to start on something else. Unfortunate. But what can we do, man? Okay, let's add these and I'll be done for sure. Actually, these are kind of trash, actually. Oh, fuck. Thank God I didn't do that, because I used move instead of copy. All right. We'll have the passing working, and well, at least I'd be able to launch the ball. It probably won't be like an actual pass. I'll do the logic for the passing probably tomorrow. So I'll see you guys. Peace.